the name of a middle school really close to
All right.
And West Virginia is just neighboring to Ohio as well, right? So it's probably,
Correct.
Yeah,
Pet
common
the
name.
I
rabbit.
didn't even think of that. It's probably one of those things actually. It's more common than
So
you realize,
let's see.
but, there was the Greenbrier Commons or Greenbrier Middle
All
School.
right.
Gosh dang. Memory lane. Let's stay there. Let's just talk about childhood memories.
All right, you
Grey
ready for this?
Dwarf.
There's a little bit of setup. You can get
Okay.
ready. You can get comfortable. while I set this first one
Hazel,
up.
I got some
Sandy Brown,
Ooh, good.
Fancy.
Those will
Okay.
being abducted for sure.
Grey Dwarf.
So 19-year-old Calvin Parker had known 42-year-old Charles Hickson for almost a decade, since he was in 4th grade. Charles started out as a good friend of Calvin's dad. The two men fished together frequently. Calvin had become good friends with both of Charles' 2 sons and his daughter. Their 2 families had gone on numerous camping trips together over the years. For several years, when the 2 families lived especially close to each other, they'd often all eat dinner together. The Parkers and the Hicksons were especially close. And as Calvin grew into young adulthood, he became good friends with his dad's buddy Charles, who by that point felt like an uncle. Neither man was known by anyone else in the family for being a big storyteller. Neither was known for being particularly fascinated with UFOs or extraterrestrials. Neither was known to be someone who seemed desperate for attention or to be someone
This
who
is
wanted to be
new.
famous
This
or
is a
infamous.
new.
So, when they told the story they told in October of 1973, their friends and family were shocked because it was hard to understand what would motivate the 2 men.
Don't know what
other
that
than it
was
being
about.
true to tell their outrageous story. At the very least, it seemed that these 2 truly
Sandy blonde
believed
hair.
what they experienced was real. Time now for the tale.
Let's see if there is pictures of Grey Dwarves.
Young Calvin
Just to
was a
check.
month away from getting
Just to
married when he and
check.
Charles went fishing on October 11th, 1973. Charles
Grey
had just recently helped him get a good job at a shipyard he'd worked at for a few years in Pascagoula.
Grey
Pascagoula, a
Dwarves.
small city of
Yes.
just over 20,000 on the Gulf Coast, just 20 miles east of Biloxi and 40 miles west of Mobile, Alabama. On October 11th, a Thursday, the 2
Let's
men got
see.
off
What
work
is she
at 5 p.m.
wearing?
They left the shipyard, headed to Charles' apartment.
Yes,
to grab
well,
some fishing supplies. It was
keepsake.
around 5:45 p.m. when they walked out the door of Charlie's apartment to go fishing. Charlie told his wife they'd come back in a couple of hours, and then they hopped into Calvin's car. On the way to the fishing spot on the Pascagoula River, Charlie talked to Calvin about how great this spot was going to be. He said the fishing hole they were heading to was where grain was unloaded from the ship. Sometimes some of the grain would be spilled and the fish would gather under the elevator to eat it. This happened often
Yum.
for fish to get used to this spot.
I
being a
love
place where they
phlegm.
could get a meal, and
No,
Charlie thought
you're
the 2 of
right.
them were bound to catch a ton
No.
of fish. But the 2 men never made it to that fishing hole. Along the way, Charlie wanted to take a quick stop near the Shaw Peter shipyard and try fishing there for just a few minutes. Charlie was a fishing nut, and he loved hitting more than one spot in an afternoon or an evening. The man lived for fishing. He caught a lot of redfish at this spot before and wanted to see if they were biting today. So the 2 men parked on a quiet service road about 100 feet from the west bank of the Pascagoula River at around 6 p.m. Walked to the water's edge and fished until it started to get dark.
I've got so much
They stayed
projects
longer than they
that I
intended,
need to
but
do and stuff like that.
determined to at least
I don't
catch
even
one
know if
before the
I need to do them
Now they're almost
necessarily.
at the lake, and he wanted
Well,
to see if
I
they
do
could
want to
get
make an
out of the spot where
overlay.
the grain was spilled
Like,
before they
I do want to
called
get
it
rid
night.
of all
As they
of
got dark, they
this.
started walking
Like,
back to
all
Calvin's
of
car with
this
a
I
pair
want to
of
get
saws
rid
and little
of.
hazy lights.
And I was going to do a
Somewhere.
bar scene. And I think it would be
First they thought it
really
was just the
cool.
police. Calvin wondered if maybe police were thought they were dumping trash in the area, which apparently was a common activity based on a lot of garbage they'd seen kind of driving to the spot, or if they weren't supposed to have parked where they parked for some reason and he'd need to move his car. Then both he and Charlie realized that light they saw was not coming from any cop car.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't coming from a car at all.
Abductions.
It was coming from an oval-shaped craft, about 8 feet high, fairly long, a craft in the shape, roughly, of a football.
She's a
Fucking
cleric.
This vehicle, the ship, whatever it was hovering about 2 feet off of the ground, just floating there. And then all of a sudden, the craft lit up with the brightest, most blinding light you've ever seen. Calvin described it as being as bright as the light of a welder's torch. This powerful light poured out from inside the craft when the door was open.
Oh my God.
Calvin would later recall that a wave of intense fear came over him when the bright light hit him. He wanted to run, but then all of a sudden, he couldn't. He felt paralyzed as 3 gray-colored, wrinkle-skinned creatures appeared from inside the craft and he was transfixed.
Fucking stop it.
This was all happening really fast. He and Charlie would later report the 3 creatures as being around 5-6 feet tall with stocky builds. They had humanish-shaped bodies, 2 arms, 2 legs. They also appeared not to stand on the ground, but to just float a few feet off of the ground.
Oh my god.
They were gray-colored, somewhat mechanical in their movements. Neither man could detect any facial features. A few moments after first appearing, they were suddenly right in front of Calvin and Charlie. The men didn't remember seeing these things slowly approach them. One moment they were coming out of the ship, the next moment they were right in front of them. One moment they were barely visible, right, and the next they traveled roughly 200 feet. And then these things were grabbing them by their arms. Two of them grabbed Charlie, the third one grabbed Calvin, grabbed him by his left arm. When the thing touched him, he heard and felt what sounded like a sudden shoot of air. Afterwards, there would be a puncture mark on Calvin's left arm where he'd been touched.
Oh my god.
Charlie would discover later an identical puncture wound on his arm.
Oh.
Calvin got his first good look at the creature's hands. He said they were more like lobster claws than human hands.
Lobster
They had a
claws.
razor-like appendage rather than the claw of a crab, or rather like the claw of a crab. He still couldn't distinguish any facial features. And then he felt weightless, floated towards the door of the craft instead of walking. He could see and hear everything, but he couldn't move or speak. Charlie would later report the same experience. They'd both been paralyzed somehow. They floated through the door of the ship, escorted by creatures Calvin later thought might not even be living beings. He wondered if they were mechanical, some sort of robot.
They have high
And then these things took he and
foreheads.
Charlie into
That's
separate
right.
rooms.
Uh-uh.
They were each laid out on tables, still paralyzed, still able to see and hear. Around this time, Calvin passed out for a brief period.
This is awful.
He awoke to witnessing the faceless, gray creature leave his room, and then he heard a clicking sound. He looked up. He still couldn't move his head, but he could move his eyes. He saw the source of the sound, a blue-looking square box about the size of a deck of cards with a silver bottom. It was floating through the air and circling him, making an occasional click sound. Then it stopped clicking. Another being entered the room. This creature was smaller than the creatures that abducted Charlie and Calvin, around the same height, maybe 5 feet tall, but a much thinner build. Small, thin face, small mouth, big brown eyes. This creature did not seem robotic in any way. Calvin heard a hissing noise, and the words, "Don't be afraid,"
Oh my god.
come from this creature, although its lips didn't move.
Get the fuck out of here.
He suddenly felt like he could hear its thoughts. He somehow knew this thing, knew that he was scared, and it was trying to reassure him that it wouldn't hurt him.
Oh my god.
After feeling a bit reassured by this thing, something came out of the wall and started circling Calvin's body from his head to his toes. And then this smaller being left the room, and one of the larger, faceless, possibly mechanical creatures returned. Grabbed him by his arm again. All of a sudden, Calvin was floating off of the examination table, the thing floating with him, back out of the room, back out of the craft, and then suddenly, it seemed instantly, he was standing near the river again. He was standing in almost the exact same spot where he and Charlie first saw
Oh,
the bright
my
lights of the ship,
God.
where they were first grabbed.
I hate being
And then
so
almost instantly,
gassy.
The creature was back inside the ship. Calvin stood there frozen, mouth open, shell-shocked, his mind trying to process everything that had just happened to him when he heard Charlie's voice. Calvin, are you okay? Calvin started to come to his senses and realized he could move again. He looked back at Charlie standing behind him, and he heard what he described as a zipping noise, like the sound of a strong wind blowing. He looked back and saw the craft fly straight up and then quickly disappear from sight.
Holy shit.
Charlie saw it leave as well. Both men felt very weak and could barely stand. Charlie said, "Let's sit down a little while." And they quickly found a log, sat on it. Both men were silent for several minutes, their minds racing, trying to understand what had just happened to them.
I should
Their
put the
bodies slowly
name
recovering
of
from
this
whatever paralyzed
character.
them. Calvin then told Charlie, "There's nothing there, tell anyone about this," and then he agreed. After sitting for a few additional minutes, two men got up, walked over to Calvin's car. When they got close, they noticed the windows on the passenger side of the car were shattered but still in
Genie.
place,
Oh
not
my
yet
god,
falling
my
out.
handwriting is so much
Driver's
better
side was
on
fine.
this.
Was all of this from being
Copper
too close
kettle.
to that ship? When Charlie went to open the front passenger door, the glass fell out. When Calvin sat inside, he couldn't at first get his car to start. After a few minutes, they did get it running, drove to a local bar where Charlie grabbed his beer.
Yeah.
After thinking about it a bit, Charlie decided they should call the local Keesler Air Force Base, and Calvin reluctantly agreed. Whoever Charlie spoke to told him there was nothing they could do with this information and advised him to call the sheriff's office. That's exactly what he did.
Weird.
10 minutes later, a deputy arrived who examined Calvin's car, and then Charlie and Calvin followed him down to the station to give an official statement about what they saw. They were questioned by Sheriff Fred Diamond after being left by themselves in an
Fred
interrogation room where the
Diamond.
conversation was secretly recorded. That recording sat in a file for decades, and then a British ufologist, Philip Mantle, was able to get the recording, and the audio is available online of what Clark and
Oh.
Calvin said to each other alone in that room. Here's a little transcript, a little part of what they said.
Yeah.
So Calvin, I got to get home and get to bed or get some nerve pills or see the doctor or something. I can't stand it. I'm about to go half crazy. And Charlie, I'll tell you, when we're through, I'll get you something to settle you down so you can get some damn sleep. I can't sleep yet like it is. I'm just damn near crazy. Well, Calvin, when they brought you out, when they brought me out of that thing, God damn it, like I never in hell got you straightened out. My damn arms. I remember they just froze up and I couldn't move like I stepped on a damn rattlesnake. They didn't do me that way. I passed out. I expect I never passed out my whole life. I've never seen nothing like it before in my life. You can't make people believe. I don't want to keep sitting here. I want to see a doctor. They better wake up and start believing. They better start believing. You see how that damn door came right up? I don't know how it opened, son. I don't know. I just laid up, just like those sons of bitches, like they just come out. I know you can't believe it. You can't make people believe it. I paralyzed right then. I couldn't move. They won't believe it. They're gonna believe it one of these days. Might be too late. I knew all along there were people from other worlds up there. I knew all along. I just never thought it would happen to me. You know yourself I don't drink. I know that, son. When I get to the house, I'm gonna get me another drink. Make me sleep. Like what we sitting around for? I gotta go tell Blanche. What are we waiting for? I gotta get to the house. I'm getting sick. I gotta get out of here. It's hard to believe. God, it's awful. So that's the audio of these guys talking to each other.
That somehow freaks me out more.
Seeing that the police were skeptical of their story, Calvin and Charlie both took lie detector tests, passed them both.
Which
Calvin also
doesn't
checked
mean
into a
much.
local hospital a few days later for what was described as an emotional breakdown. The local press got word of their story quickly, and it spread around. Soon became leaked out to the national press. They ran with it. Both men became got a lot of notoriety, and then they became obsessed with extraterrestrials. After that, many years later, both would write books about this experience. Charlie would die September 9th, 2011 at the age of 80, and he never strayed once from his story. Calvin still gives interviews about the abduction today. And recently, this crazy story got a lot more credible.
Oh God, why?
In 2019, thanks to additional research into this abduction story by other ufologists, 3
God damn
additional
it. Why
witnesses
does it...
came forward.
I hate
I
you
don't
so
like
much, Mike.
All 3
I'll
said
just
they
mute
saw
it.
some sort of flying object with a bright blue light at the same time in the same area as Charlie and Calvin all those years ago. Maria
Next
and
time I will.
Blair of
I will
Theodore,
just mute
Alabama,
it.
were sitting in their 1969 Pontiac GTO in the parking lot of Graham's Seafood on the opposite side of the river as to where Calvin and Charlie were fishing that night. Jerry worked for this business, was waiting on a boat captain to take him offshore. The captain was late, and the Blairs waited for hours. Just as it got dark, Maria saw something strange. She said, "I was looking at the sky and noticed a blue light in the sky over where they were fishing. It started moving, and it seemed like it was following along the Pascagoula River. I just seen the lights on it. It was just going back and forth. Sometimes it would just sit there. It went on for 20, 25 minutes. Maria said she initially thought it was a plane, but realized the flight pattern and hovering were not indicative of a plane. Jerry watched it also, but didn't think much of it. I thought it was a
That's a
helicopter, just
question.
just blew it
Like,
off," Jerry said.
let's
It
say
landed about
that they
150 to 200
exist.
yards from us.
Why are they
Later
coming
that same
to
evening,
Earth
Judy Branning
just to
was sitting in the car a few
fucking
miles away at a traffic signal with her roommate
check
and
on
mates.
us?
We were on a double date that night, Branning said. We were at a red light at Chicot and Highway 90, and we were basically sitting on the railroad track. I saw some lights, and I wasn't sure what I was looking at because it was so far away. Like the Blairs, Branning thought it was an airplane at first. But as it came closer and flew over the car she was in, the four realized it wasn't. It didn't make noise, Branning said. It had bright, bright lights. It got closer, and it was hovering. It was kind of a saucer shape or disc shape with a rounded top. The radio started sounding like it was running through all the stations very quickly, and then the car went dead. We were freaking out.
Oh my God, I would lose it.
Brandon said after it passed over the car, the craft shot straight up at a rate of speed she'd never seen and then disappeared, and it left her shaken. She said, "I didn't sleep that night thinking about it." And then after seeing the public ridicule that Charlie Hickson and Calvin Parker endured after sharing their story, these 3 and who knows how many others stayed quiet for all these years. So were Calvin and Charlie actually taken into a spaceship and examined that night? Their story is, according to numerous ufologists, one of the most credible accounts ever of alien abduction.
I hate all of this so much. I hate it so much. I hate it.
I know you hate alien stories.
I hate it. I hate it. I've hated like alien UFO things. I like have a very distinct memory of being about 16. I I had a boyfriend who thought it was hilarious because he knew. Like, I didn't even realize I was scared of those things until, like, one night, you know, you're, like, young, you're on the phone, staying up late, whatever, like, chit-chatting, and he said something about aliens, and I was like, nope. And ever since then, I'm hard out on the aliens.
Yeah.
Because it of all the things, like, for
Of
some reason
all
I
the
can kind of
things.
deal with entities, right? Because I'm like, okay, that's probably someone that, like, passed on, someone
Yeah.
who's here, that's no longer here. I hope that they could be good. Like,
What about like a demon though, or something? If you believe in those.
well, I do believe that demons are a possibility, but I still think that it's like someone who passed on. I don't think that.
Oh.
I just don't know that I can get myself to believe that demons are just created.
They're their own thing.
Yeah. Thank
Okay.
you. I didn't sleep well, so words are hard.
Words
But
are hard.
when it comes to aliens, they just don't feel like they have any relation to human life. So it doesn't feel like, okay, an alien is someone who's been abducted and now is taken up there and has been transformed. They just feel like their own thing. They feel so foreign to me. They feel so like detached from it that it freaks me out because I can't seem to like place where it would come from or how did it get there. Like, you know me, I really think things are kind of black and white, and so aliens are quite literally in the gray area for me, and that's so hard for my brain to comprehend.
Okay.
But they also somehow feel like one of the most realistic things that could happen.
Right.
Like, even though I'm constantly freaked out that there's something in our house, I never think it's an alien. I don't think I'm going to be abducted by an alien.
Yeah.
But when I hear these stories, I'm like, fuck, I really think that could happen. I mean, obviously, I think all these things could happen,
Yeah.
but I give more credit
Right.
to aliens.
Yeah, this is and I can't believe big thanks to Sophie for finding it. I'd never heard of this story. Let's get some pictures. This first one is Charlie and Calvin when they were interviewed initially back in 1970. Just to give a look of who they are.
Two dudes.
Two love fishing.
Two fishermen.
Two fishing guys.
2 men of fishing.
And then this next one is also 1973. This is a little bit later. This is, Charlie or Charles, whatever, at the site of the abductions. Just to
Okay.
give a, where they were on the riverbanks there.
Sure, something totally normal.
Yep. And then this is Calvin in 2019, standing near this same site.
Okay.
Charlie, of course, had passed. And then this next one. This is Jerry and Maria Blair. So these are the people who admitted seeing something similar in 2019.
Okay.
And again, it's
It took them so long to come out about that.
I know. But I guess, if you were just like, if you'd seen these other two locals get portrayed as crackpots.
Yeah.
And you don't want your neighbors thinking that I do get it. I get why
I get it. It's just so long.
Right.
Like, you didn't wait 5 years. You didn't wait 1 year.
Well, also, I don't think anybody came after the initial investigation faded away. It's not like people were constantly hitting up people for stories. Then it was more recently that investigators went back there and were trying to put this together.
Okay.
And so they probably just, first time they've been contacted in many years regarding this.
Okay, fine.
And then this next one, this is an artist depiction based on Calvin and Charles's accounts of what this creature may have looked like. It's
Really?
like the mechanical thing, just like a faceless. And here's a little statue. This next one. This is maybe a better.
That's not what I pictured.
I mean, and again, this is very rough. They didn't give, but like that's kind of silly. But like,
It is
but like,
silly.
but like a robot. Like these are the entities that came out like mechanical, robotic, just kind of devoid of many features.
I hate to say, but if that thing came out of a spaceship for me, I think I would laugh.
I know, isn't that funny? But it might be like the. I'm sure it's one of those things that you can't quite describe.
Right.
And then in real life, it would be scary. But yeah, that looks like
Well,
a 1950s,
And
like
yeah.
like kind of like B sci-fi movie figure. But it was the only thing I could find.
Well, and also I think, like, if I'm describing to you something,
Yeah.
I'm not an artist and you are,
Yeah.
it gets lost
Sure,
a little bit.
sure.
And then there's artistic interpretation and free license.
I know
blah, blah, blah.
that is pretty funny. Where depending on how it looks.
I expect it to go be-doo, 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 be-doo. Yeah.
Danger, I can't remember this. Like this old sci-fi show from like the 50s. Danger, Will Robertson. Danger. Anyway,
What?
it's a very old reference, but I'm not even correctly hitting.
You're very old, apparently. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I can't remember the name of the show. This is silly 1950s. Anyway,
Is that it?
That's it.
I was waiting for a joke.
Yeah, no. I can't do it all the time.
Well, also, I
Because
thought you'd do like a Calvin and Hobbes thing.
Calvin and Hobbes.
Yeah, because Calvin isn't it Calvin?
Oh, he was.
So then I was just
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I thought you would do like a funny.
Oh man.
Gosh dang,
Gosh dang.
you missed your moment.
I just never. I
Yeah,
gotta
I
play
know.
around with it.
I know. Okay, can we discuss for a minute why that's sort of particularly rough for me
Yes.
today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
Now, yeah. Go ahead.
okay. As you guys know, I'm having a hard time sleeping, and I don't. Dan says that it's been like this forever. It's been constant. I would beg to differ. In the beginning, I was falling apart, and then I had a very long
You had a
stint
good
of
run,
being
that's true.
of okay, like months of being okay, and.
What you
we
drawing,
discussed this
Goody?
recently.
Oh,
I do think that it is the added stress of
so
everything
I'm
in the world
drawing
right
what,
now. Like, I'm actually trying actively.
it's in
really hard to
tabletop
just, like,
in the
listen to, like, a few
Discord.
morning podcasts
I'm
that are short and
drawing
brief, like,
I'm just drawing quick sketches of all the characters that people can pick for tomorrow. So I'm gonna make an announcement later today about tomorrow night. I'm gonna do a D&D with the viewers, and I'm just making little character like headshots. So this is Gwynny Copper Kettle.
and also, I am
I also
particularly
need to
more
make
open than you
one
are
for
to these things being real. So,
Well, what I like to do, and I wish you could do this, I take
Boards
hold on.
character.
I take all my fears.
Yeah.
And most of my
So I was
feelings,
gonna
I just stuff
do
them down
D&D
inside
with the
and try to figure it out.
viewers. I was gonna have a nice little
Why?
viewer
Because
version
that's easier
of
for me to work.
D&D.
Just
How elevated of you.
What you need to do is you need to
Hello
take
there.
things in your feet and you just put
Oh,
them down,
behave.
and they're not there, and you just kind of numb yourself.
How are you, General?
which one of us has gone to therapy? Which one of us
Hope
is
everything's
more
going well
emotionally
for
involved?
you. Hope everything's going
It has to be involved, but
excellente.
in touch.
Hope you're
I would say they're one and the
entertained.
same.
Which one of us just doesn't get scared as much? This guy.
Don't worry,
Which-
it will
which one of
not
us
be
has
horror.
Deeper,
tonight.
more personal relationships with people. Okay. 'Cause
Which
I'm-
one?
'cause
Which one
I'm
of us?
sure-
Which one of us is better suited as a
So tomorrow night will be viewer
This isn't an
D&D.
apocalypse, babe.
We've got 3 character sheets so far.
Don't be a fucking
Just know that it's going to be a fun, like, loose place. It's going to be in the same area as where Board is. If we're going to be playing with Board, that's totally fine. If we're not, it's totally fine. I can run either way.
Cool.
So I'm just making a character headshot for her.
Interjective. Okay. So
Is everyone
so
allowed to
it's
join?
hard to
Yes,
sleep,
of
but,
course.
like, whatever. I'm not keeping it out after we
First
had our
come,
little stuff, I think it was
first
like
serve
last
though.
week, 2 weeks ago. Like,
If you
I just
wanna,
need to know that
if you
if I got
want,
freaked
you
out, I could wake you up. 'Cause previously you said
reserve your
fuck away.
spot.
I said you could.
Yeah, and I haven't. Not once have I woken
But just
you up,
know you will
not
be
nothing.
expected to come
Okay.
on when I start
Dan
stream.
was like,
You
"Oh,
should
we
be
like,
expected to
watch a show
come.
together as a family. Let's find like a new series." And
So,
he suggested
don't be
Stranger Things.
pressured.
Which is a show for kids. The kids can handle it.
And I said,
If you come later,
okay.
that's totally fine. If
Actually
you
sounds
don't,
great. And then I was like,
if
wait a
you
second.
come
When I get
early,
freaked
that's
out,
fine
is
too.
it scary? Like,
It's
I
up
don't
to
want
you.
anything scary. I
And
don't
just
want
know
anything
you can
spooky,
drop in and
spooky,
out
whatever the
at
fucking
any
words
time.
are. I don't want it.
Doing
And
quite
like,
all right.
I
Looks
already
like
do this.
they liked one
And
of
I have to
your
read through stories every day to find
horrendous,
one that I like.
magnificent art. Yeah. How you doing? I'm doing good. Today was good, except a whole bucket of grease dropped in front of the seafood department.
There's an effing shadow creature. thing.
So other than that,
that black shadowy thing. And then someone is abducted.
other than that,
Abducted.
nothing
There's an
really too
alien
big.
fucking abduction.
But you know,
The thing that I hate most.
it was pretty good. Picked it up with cat litter.
And I don't want to feed
Because
your
it's
fear. That's why
grease.
I was being, like,
So,
not as timid, because I
we
don't
picked
want you
it
to
up with
play from my
cat
skip this as an episode. This
cat litter.
You're so lucky that we can't stop
So
recording,
it was all right.
because I would get the fuck up and leave the studio.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get to the next story.
So
I'm so mad at you.
today was
I just don't want you to
good.
beat them. You
Today
want to
was
scare
great. How was
Just let me
everybody
be
else's
scared.
day?
Just like let me work through my
You guys can
emotions,
tell
and
me
then
about
we'll
your
go
day.
with what
I'd
I did
love to
before.
hear
You let me
about
be
it.
upset, you let me be scared, you let me be nervous, and then it was okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. Let's talk about it more at the end. Okay, let's get to this next one. Can the ghost of someone come
Okay,
back?
I love you.
I love you too.
I'm
Can the
always
ghost of
I'm
someone
always
come back
interested in
and help
hearing my
capture the
viewers'
owner or
days.
murderer? So there's a little setup here too.
Yeah. This sounds fascinating. I'm really
This is
interested in
just,
this.
I will say, I don't want to spoil this one. There's going to be more scary. This one is more interesting than scary, but I think it's worth having in the show here. This is exactly what a lot of people think happened in Greenbrier County, West Virginia, in 1897. Named for its fertile soil, the Richlands, a small unincorporated community in Greenbrier County, west of Leesburg, West Virginia.
Oh, god damn it. I'm so gassy today.
Greenbrier County only has about 35,000 people in the entire
I feel so
county.
bad for you guys that you had to hear me
Settled by
be so
Scotch Irish
gassy.
immigrants beginning in the mid-1700s, the Richlands became a little world within a world, extremely clannish. You grew up there, your parents grew up there, or you were an outsider. If you were local, everyone knew who your parents were, who their parents were, and how your family made its money. Cooperation and feuds abounded in equal measure, with both ancient alliances and ancient hatreds running deep. The area is only about 30-40 miles from where the infamous Hatfield-McCoy feud took place. And in 1896, a young woman in her early 20s named Elba Zona Heister lived in this area with her mother, Mary Jane Heister. Elba, who everyone called Zona, had recently experienced the downside of living in such a close-knit community. In 1895, she gave birth to a child out of wedlock, who she given up at an
Alright,
orphanage.
as for me, I'm feeling hot while I wanted to chillax, but weather says no. I'm of in the country.
Helping her mother with her house, running her own business. She worried that she was destined for the life of an old
Today it was a bit hotter, and then it's probably going to go down. It's probably going to go down. They say that... You know what? I can look at the weather. Let's look at the local weather. Hold up. Let's look at the local fucking weather. And also, I would have started streaming way earlier, but I literally got home and I was just chilling. I was just chilling for a bit. Wasn't too bad. It was real nice.
She was beautiful, an unwed young
Could have been
woman
way
in an area
worse.
where those were hard to come.
So let's look at the forecast.
The two were engaged.
It says tomorrow will be 66 degrees. And I'm also so bloated.
Something that bothered her about Edward right from the start. She just didn't trust him. Was it because she was overly cleansed?
I'm all
She always
bloated.
dealt with strangers, people with no connections to the area. Maybe that's all that bothered her.
Yeah, I had the chillax. That is
Something just seemed off about Edward,
correct,
and she warned Zona not to
General.
marry him.
I had to chillax.
Zona was overjoyed.
Today is all about chillaxing. You know, it was real nice today. Talked to Board, he's doing good. Talked to Ladev, he's doing good. He is as sweet as can be, as usual. Talked to, said hi to a few other peeps, but other than that, been good.
Since she'd recently been feeling sick.
Been real good.
And when the 11-year-old
Been
boy
real
got to the house,
chill.
he immediately saw that Zona
Yeah, I
needed
mean,
far more help than he could give her.
Yeah.
She was dead.
Oh.
Zona's body lay at the bottom of the stairs.
But yes, first come, first serve. Is kind of how it is in the tabletop world. Sometimes you're just you're too slow, and you know. I don't know what the fuck Board put this in. He has character sheets at the bottom, but they're in .db. I don't know what the fuck program would open a DB file. Yes, am glad. Ooh, yes. But yes, we will start doing little D&D sessions. We'll start doing little D&D sessions, just being like, hey, what do you guys want to see? What do you guys want to do?
And that caused her to faint, and the fainting caused her to fall down the stairs and break her neck. As was the custom, Edward then held a wake.
This will be...
Mourners gathered to pay respects, but the wouldn't allow anyone near her head. Instead, he fussed with her scarf, added that veil, propped her head up with the pillows, claimed he wanted to make her comfortable.
Suey what? Suey saddle. Suey saddle. Suey saddle. She's a silly snake person.
Took the sheet from inside the coffin and tried to return it to Edward.
Saddle? Alright. I'm gonna look at, yeah. Suey saddle.
Dropped the sheet into the wash basin, and when she did, the water inside turned red. So there hadn't been any red on the sheet. Strangely, a few moments later, the sheet turned pink, and the water disappeared. Mary Jane then boiled the sheet, hung it outside for several days, but the stain could not be removed. She She felt that all of this was some
I
kind
think I
of
have good news. I started sleeping early while I can try again to sleep. Ooh.
time now for the
But
tale
in the
of
right
Greenbrier
spot
ghosts.
of
Few nights
night,
after
which
Zona's
means
burial,
I'm getting
as
my
her mother,
sleep
Mary Jane, lay awake
schedule
in her
fine.
bed, unable to
Nice.
sleep, her room filled with the brilliant
Nice.
orb of white light. In a
Nice.
flash, the light took a human shape,
Oh,
and
man.
Mary Jane clearly saw the
That
ghost
is
of her
totally
daughter
cool,
standing at the foot of
General.
her bed. Then she heard
And
Zona's
thank you
ghost speak.
for coming in,
"Please help me,"
by the
she
way.
pleaded. "Every hour I get away with
You
this."
and Ladav. I do
Zona's
really
ghost
appreciate
proceeded
it.
to tell
I
her
really
mother
do.
that Edward was a cruel
Don't
man.
think that I
He
don't.
began to beat her as soon as they were married and moved in together.
I gotta
Then
change
Zona's
this guy's
spirit
face.
disappeared. The next night, she came back with more
Because
information.
he is supposed to be somebody else. I forgot. I'm dumb.
Edward flew into a fit of rage
It's
and began hitting
fine.
her.
Don't
Then he
worry about
strangled her,
it.
threw her down the stairs to make it look accidental. As Zona's ghost relayed this, Mary Jane said the ghost twisted her neck
I mean,
around
nothing's set in
until her
stone
face
just
fit
yet.
behind her body. And then the spirit vanished again. The
So,
next 2 nights, Zona's spirit returned, always appearing nearby.
I was also, tonight I was gonna do a little FNAF drawing as well.
Was Erasmus Stribling
Yeah.
The spirit told her that Zona had been far from his first wife.
Yes.
Before she was killed, between some of her new neighbors and from
Thank
a few
you,
things that
Mass.
Edward had let slip,
I know
Zona had
you,
learned that Edward had
you
married
do,
Allie
you
Esteline
silly
Cutler
goat.
in 1885.
Just
and a
vibing
couple of
happy
child,
here, yeah.
Gerda Lucretia.
Yeah.
He beat his wife Effie so badly that a group of vigilantes
No, I'm working on my comic. I wanted to work on my comic some, but like I've got so many fucking projects. Like I've got to actually fucking work on the overlay over here. I gotta work on the overlay eventually, so it's gonna be like right here. I would assume it's gonna be like right here, or it's gonna be like right here, going down, so that I can get my full character over here. And I'm gonna put like merch and stuff right up here, like the comic stuff, like an ad for the comic, and put that. And then over here, I'm gonna put the actual bar layout down here, and then right over here is gonna be you guys, because I'm like I want to put an overlay with you guys here, and put like follows and stuff like that, and put it right here, and then have like a greeter or something like that right here, an animation of a greeter. Good as a busy boyo. No problem. Yeah. I am very fucking busy. I'm so busy. I'm so busy. Yes. Yes, I see you. I see you, little rabbit. I see you, little rabbit. There's a little rabbit who needs petting. He loves the petting.
On the throat were the marks of fingers indicating that she had been choked, reported the local Pocahontas Times. That the neck was dislocated between the first and second vertebrae. The ligaments were torn and ruptured.
The petting. He must have the petting. So this is Samurai Yanti. Nice. Nice. Thanks. Thanks, bro. You know what? Thanks, bro. Now what? Does it have her weapon on there already? Let's read. Equipment, chainmail shield, scimitar. Alright. Scimitar. Which means that what's her face has her weapon with her. I'm so silly. I'm so silly.
She said, don't you think that he was mad and just took down all my nice things and packed them away and just ruined them? And she told me where I could look down back of Aunt Margaret.
Yeah, I have no actual earthly idea what DB opens up with.
And she said for me to look right at the right-hand side of the door.
Inventory, scale mail, mace. She has a mace. Fuck. She has a shield and a mace. Oh man.
She came 4 times in 4 nights.
Shield and mace. Shield and a mace. What the fuck does a mace look like again? I always get it wrong. Mace. Yes.
No, sir.
Is that? No, that's a mace. Yeah, that's a mace. It's nice. It's a nice mace. Haven! Also, I have now that number 1, so it feels just like I'm one of the founders as well. Hi all, hope you are well. Not feeling too good, so I'm going to be lurking today. That's okay, Haven. That's okay. Happy birthday! Birthday girl! You got this.
She seemed that she did not want to tell as much about it as she did afterwards. The last night she was there, she told me that she did everything.
Get some rest. Get some rest. You're fine.
Don't you know that these visions, as you term them or describe them, were nothing more or less than 4 dreams founded upon your distress? No, I don't know it. The Lord sent her to tell me it. I was the only friend that she knew she could tell and put any confidence in it. I was the nearest one to her. He gave me a ring that he pretended that she wanted me to have, but I don't know what dead woman he might have taken.
I don't know what kind of snake she's supposed to look like. Yeah.
These are not 4 dreams.
Go get some rest. Go get some rest. You're fine, Haven. We all love you.
So after hearing Mary Jane's testimony,
she's a samurai.
After hearing from a few witnesses who corroborated Mary Jane's information,
she's a fighter samurai.
The jury deliberated for only an hour and 10 minutes and then returned a verdict of guilty.
Wow.
Edward was sentenced to life in state prison. He was taken by train to the state prison in Moundsville, where he died of an unknown disease less than 3 years later on the 1st of March, 1900. And the legacy of the Greenbrier ghost lives on as the only case in West Virginia in which the testimony of a ghost was considered as evidence. The state of West Virginia has erected a state historical marker near the cemetery in which Zona...
She's Yanti Pureblood.
Interred in nearby cemetery is Zona Heaster-Shue. Her death in 1897 was presumed natural until her spirit
which means that I can do whatever the fuck I want with this.
By her husband Edward. Autopsy on the exhumed body.
Alright, that's fine, General. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for being stupendous. Thank you for being amazing. And thank you for hanging out with me as much as you have. I do appreciate it, General. I understand everybody's got shit to do. That's A-okay. Hope it goes well. I know. I hope it goes well, too. You already made it amazing. So don't even worry about it.
I would doubt for a second you're going to come back.
For sure.
This first picture, let's get a picture of Zona and Edward.
Okay.
Sometimes you don't have pictures of people from back then.
Oh yeah, they're both really attractive.
So that's like a wedding photo.
Yeah.
And then this next one is a little bit better. I don't know. I mean, they weren't together that long, but
okay.
It's like more of like a random picture of the two.
Okay.
This is the best picture I could find of the mom. Not great, but the only one that seems to be on the web of Mary Jane Heaster.
Okay.
And then this last one is, I think it was printed in the papers at the time. Just an illustration of, the ghosts, kind of old-timey.
Oh, okay,
the ghost Dr. Joe.
Yeah.
So that's all the pictures from that. But yeah, definitely thought it was a cool story. Not as like, oh my God, edge of your seat is some of the ones but I just like those stories. Like both of the ones today, I feel like make the whole catalog of stories we talk about scarier.
Right.
Because they just seem more credible than maybe some other stories.
Right. I don't disagree. I had hardcore chills during that story. It was weird. I don't know why. I wasn't scared, but it just like felt.
Yeah, weird that there's a state historical marker.
Well, good for her, Zona.
I know, that's a weird story.
It's bizarre. Meanwhile, I'm still thinking about alien abductions.
I know, and just for the record, just so you know, last night I'd seen Stranger Things before. I didn't think of it as alien abduction. I just don't want to give too many things away. I've already given you a little, and I don't want to spoil it for people. But these stories I had put together before we made that decision. So it's not like we heard that you got freaked out and I'm like, oh, this will make it even worse.
I know, because I know you're not an idiot, and I know you'd like to sleep.
Yeah.
So, meanwhile, I mean, I will say, like, last night, I chugged a vodka before bed, because I was like, I just need to pass out. And I did sleep pretty hard until the middle of I got up, as I always do, middle of the night, restroom break, back to bed. And I slept okay. I didn't even, Dan and I had been doing, like, a little dance at night where I decided that I would be safer on his side of the bed.
And I am good about I give you whatever side of the bed you want. You have to admit.
I admit that for 2 nights I slept on the other side, and for whatever reason that just gave me some sort of like, comfort, or I don't know, like I wanted to be further away from the door. Maybe like the ghost spirit in our house is in the closet and it's calling me. I mean, I don't know why I wanted to be on that side.
It did help last night. I didn't want to say anything to you, but when we spooned last night, it was like a triple spoon. It was you, me, ghost. I was spooning the ghost, and you were spooning me. So,
that's nice. I thought you were going to say I was spooning the dogs, because I was.
That's reality. Yeah, spooning the dogs.
Sometimes it's a 4-spoon. It's like
sometimes
Penny,
it is.
Ginger, Lindsay, Dan.
It is ridiculous how the dogs have become like human. Like
so cute.
It's so ridiculous where there has been moments where it's just like me, you, and then one of the dogs being spooned like a human, and then that dog spooning the other dog like a human.
It's so cute.
Ridiculous, yeah.
Sometimes I wish we could have a photographer in our bedroom for just like 1 minute at night, because it's so ridiculous. I also like it when it's like Dan, dog, Lindsay, dog. Or it's like Dan, dog, Lindsay. And sometimes it's like a big heart. It's like you and I on the outside facing each other, and then 2 little dogs in the middle.
Yep.
It's the best.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so are you ready for 3 great stories this week?
I am.
Okay. Get your squishy?
Yeah.
I'm sure you're ready. Okay. Greetings, Lord and Queen of the Suck, Masters of the Scared. I'm a longtime listener of Time Suck and just started listening to your Scared to Death podcast. I listened to almost every episode in 1 day. That is impressive.
Wow, yeah, binged.
Yeah. I have a story about shadow people that I think you will find quite interesting. A little long, so I apologize. I have lived in Fargo, North Dakota almost my entire life. In 2011, when I was 19 years old, I moved into this 100-year-old house that was split into 2 apartments. My roommate and I got the upper half of the house, and my bedroom was in the attic. Not long after moving in, I started getting this uneasy feeling that I wasn't alone in my room. I started having nightmares. I'd wake up sweating in the middle of the night, and I felt like I was being watched. Sometimes one corner of my room would be darker than the rest of my room, and I would get that feeling something was there with me. I worked at a horror show a couple towns over for a couple months around Halloween every year. We had a couple of corn mazes, an abandoned house, and an old abandoned schoolhouse. Everyone in that town thought the school was haunted, so it made for the perfect attraction. I would dress up as a murderer and hide in shadows or behind objects and jump out and scare people. I started feeling like I was being followed, though, when I was working. I felt that something was always there messing with me. Now, I had heard what sounded like a group of people coming through the attraction, but when I'd just jumped out to scare them, no one was there. Sometimes I would hear or feel something behind me, even when I was backed into a corner. I figured the work was just getting into my head, and I ignored all of this. In 2012, I moved out of my apartment and moved into a house by the college with some friends. I now had one of the 2 bedrooms in the basement. On one of the first nights in my new room, I woke up in the middle of the night, and I saw it. I saw it for the first time. Standing in front of my bedroom door was a dark figure. A shadow darker than the surrounding darkness. I was too scared to move. I would lay there watching it, so scared until I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. This happened on many other nights. Sometimes it would be at the foot of my bed, sometimes it would be in my closet, and sometimes it would be right next to me. I started doing whatever I could to not sleep, staying up drinking and partying until it was light outside, whatever it took. Then, on one night, I will never forget, I woke up with a feeling of complete terror. I heard the thing in the room above mine. The room belonged to my female roommate. The voice sounded dark and quiet, but I knew it was talking to me. It kept repeating the same thing, but I couldn't tell what it was saying. It got louder. Now it sounded like its mouth was on the floor of my roommate's room above me. I couldn't understand it, though. I could tell that it was phasing through the ceiling into my room. I wouldn't open my eyes because I didn't want to see it, but the voice got louder and louder. It was speaking in a language I couldn't understand, and then I started to understand it anyways. It was telling me to go upstairs and kill my roommate.
Jesus.
It got louder and louder as the thing floated closer to me, and then it got quiet for a second. And then in plain English, I felt its hot breath on my ear, and it whispered, "Kill them." I opened my eyes and started screaming. I was flailing my arms, hitting walls, whatever I could to get someone to come into my room. I was basically crying out for help. The guy in the other basement room came crashing through my door to see what was going on. I told him something was just in my room. Just then, I got a phone call. It was an old coworker of mine. I answered, and he asked me if I was okay. I told him I'm not sure. He told me that I was being followed. This made me think it might not just be in my head. He said that he was just woken up from a horrible dream where I was running away from something. He said he wanted to do a spiritual cleansing as soon as possible. I looked at the clock, and it was just after 3 a.m. I told him I'd be at his house in the morning. I knew this coworker was a devout pagan witch, and we talked about what he does on many occasions, and so I trusted him. Nothing else happened that night. Here is where it gets really crazy. I showed up to his place at about 10 a.m. He brought me into this dark room he had that he called his spirit room. He only used this room to store his artifacts, tarot cards, runes, and so on, and to do readings and cleansings. He had me lay on the ground, and he put me into a hypnotic-like state. I was fully conscious but unable to open my eyes or move. It was kind of like a forced sleep paralysis, but not at all scary. It was actually very relaxing. He burned some sage or incense and walked around whispering something I couldn't understand. I could definitely feel the presence of that shadow. My coworker stated that he was going to start touching places of my body and to tell him if I could feel anything. He started at my head. I felt nothing. I said no. Then he touched my left shoulder. Nothing. Left hand. Nothing. Both hips, knees, feet. Nothing. When he touched my right hand, I felt a tingle move through my arm, and I said, yes, I feel that. He touched my elbow, and the arm went fully numb and very uncomfortable, and I said, yes, a little bit louder. As soon as he touched my shoulder, my whole arm felt like it was on fire. It was really hard for me to say yes, but I managed to get it out. I heard him pick up a book and start reading in another language. I think it was Hebrew, but I could be mistaken. The shadow thing burst through my shoulder, and I could see it, frantically flying around the room, slamming into walls, screaming its name, screaming in my ear, screaming at my coworker, trying to leave the room or to get back into my shoulder. I don't know. The thing seemed trapped. My coworker kept reading from this book. Louder and louder and louder he read, and then slam! He slammed the book shut, and the shadow just popped out of existence. I suddenly felt calm. Couldn't feel the thing anymore. I felt free somehow. My coworker counted to 3, and I woke up. He asked me what happened and how it went. I told him everything. Apparently, he had seen none of this. He said I looked like I was in pain and as he was reading, and so he began reading faster and faster. He said he had performed a few of these before, but he had never seen results quite like mine. I told my coworker that this thing kept screaming his name, and he told me to never say the name of the thing out loud.
Yeek.
For years, I haven't seen, nor felt, nor heard this shadow. I felt crazy that this even happened to me. I barely told anybody about this story, but around 2015 or so, I was drinking and telling the story. I got to the name part, and my buddy asked me its name. I said I wasn't going to say it, but he convinced me. That was the only time I have ever spoken the name out loud. That night, I saw it again as a reflection in a photo. Still to this day, I see it and or feel it. Usually after I tell the story to someone is when I see it again. I see him in my home, outside at the park, at the bar, work, usually only a couple times a year, but still he shows up. I've searched the name and I can't find it anywhere online, not even anything close. Anyways, sorry for such a long tale. It wasn't until around 2016 that I found out that shadow people were actually a fairly common thing. I felt a huge weight lifted off my chest once I heard that there were others that have also witnessed similar shadows. This is the first time I've ever told someone outside my friend group this story. I hope my story makes others realize that they aren't alone when they see things. Thanks for all the laughs and the chills. Thanks for your production team for all the great work they do. I look forward to what stories the future holds. Completely anonymous.
Okay, I got it. That one definitely gave me some chills.
Uh-huh.
But also, I gotta get a goofy thing just out of my head so I can move on.
Okay, let it go.
I was just thinking, like, what a bummer that would be for this really scary thing. But then as you're telling people the story, like, the name of this thing is a super goofy name.
Like
what if the name of this thing was like Dingle Hopper Whistle Snap? Like just something ridiculous.
sarsaparilla something or another?
Sarsaparilla Spunkmeister. No, but like, yeah, if you're just telling the story, like, yeah, man, I said his name. Like, what's his name? I'm not gonna say it. No, you gotta say his name. Dingle Hopper. I can think of anything. That's a okay.
You're an idiot.
That made me think of what you were saying earlier about how, like, your belief on like the demony, shadowy things. It could be somebody from, you know, like somebody's ghost or whatever.
Right.
But that one is like, that's like a dumb thing. Whatever that thing
Is it?
Seems like it. If it's real, you know, that's like, what the fuck is that?
Or it's the leftovers of someone who died in that house, someone in this guy's lineage.
Or
Like, it could be.
But or like an alien, what if they're their own little things?
I don't know why I just don't think that.
What if shadow people are just like it's like a species, its own little supernatural species?
So like when our kids are at school and they're learning, you know, mammals,
Yeah, like, you know, tigers and
shadow people,
amphibians and shadow people.
aliens, and like it's all okay.
Dingle Hopper, you know, whatever I said his name was.
Like my sarsaparillas. There's all sorts of things.
But I mean, it is just makes my it's just interesting to let the imagination go. Like, okay, going with the hypothesis, you know, the premise that all of this is real.
All of it.
And there could be like dimensions. Things could maybe just slip out of the wrong dimension sometimes, which that is kind of the Stranger Things, you know, kind of worldish a little bit. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, that could be a thing. I mean, maybe that's how and why we have a thing in our house.
Maybe it's a wormhole.
Maybe. I mean, that is why people are emailing me, telling me like they know what's in our house. So that's fun.
I would think Robert.
Well,
Whatever I said.
currently people think it's coming for you, so
Sweet.
I feel a little bit better.
Okay.
Because like maybe I'll be like,
Man, I hope we get some of those superpowers.
oh, what did you want? Flamethrowers out of your
Yeah.
hands? Yeah.
Said I would make a deal. Like flame hands.
Okay, now this next story I have to say is a little bit rough in just that like I think it's a little intense. And
deselect.
There cannot be any GTFOs in this story.
I just
because
realized you
family
got
does not have
that
the
20-minute
financial
sketch
means
to
get the fuck out.
15,000. Yeah. Yeah. People have to be here to get it.
There's no don't be a dare. There's no, like,
People have to really be here to get that.
No, I will say
They
it's
have to
me, this reads like a
try.
family who's, like, trying to, like,
They
get
have to
ahead in life,
fucking
and this is just where
try.
they are, and they have to save them. Okay.
Noted.
But if you're a true Go Chimera fan, this is...
I would like to share a story that started
It's not
6
that
months
hard.
ago.
Oh, come on, get the fuck
You're
out
just
of the
like,
house.
oh, chump change in the grand
My
scheme of
family
it.
and I live in Colorado.
You
at the
see,
base of the
I am
foothills in
a
small town right outside
connoisseur
Denver.
of Go Chimeras,
We love our little area.
a whole
In the summer of
collection.
2019, we found ourselves looking for a new home for ourselves, our 3 kids, and our 2 dogs to move into.
Was like, oh, I have 6,000 points to spend. Then I saw that.
We noticed that a large house
Yeah.
on a corner lot had just hit the market for rent. We said to ourselves, oh, wouldn't that be nice?
It's just because in one night, a new viewer almost immediately redeemed 2 sketch. It was... I was like, oh, that is way too low.
This was a Friday afternoon.
But that's because I literally did not have anybody accept it. Yeah. Haven's got so much. She is all powerful.
I did all the heavy lifting while my wife spent the afternoon putting together the home.
She is an all-powerful being, of course she is. I don't know, what kind of outfit should our samurai have? That's she's got chainmail. So I think that explains a little bit of what she has.
She responded, not being a little Karen,
Scale mail, and then she has
I said, I'm sure it's nothing, but I'll check. Just then, a fucking
chainmail.
bat over my head
Wait,
in the dark
she has
scared
scale
the
mail?
ever-loving hell right
That's a
out of me.
lot.
My
That's
wife
quite a
hits the
bit.
ceiling and bolts for the door. I quickly disposed of our
Can I
little
give a
house guest and
suggestion
called
for
my wife.
the samurai
She says
look?
to me
Go for it.
several more times if she
Go
can still
for it,
hear
my
me.
friend.
But as I'm so seriously tired at this point, I simply tell her that she's freaked out because the house is older and that we had a little guest that night.
Sure.
Now, I should say, at this time, I was traveling quite a bit for work, leaving my wife home alone with our children. As the weeks drove on, shit got darker and weirder. One night, while I was on the road, my wife had her 2-year-old in bed with her and woke up to him screaming at the wall in our bedroom room saying, "Daddy, hiding! Daddy, hiding! Mom, Mom!" My phone rings at 2:45 a.m. and it's my wife who's justifiably freaked out telling me all of this. Just then, the phone line goes completely silent. I try to call her back.
Send it in the PM.
2, 3, 4 times in a row I try calling, and for over an hour I'm frantically trying to reach my family. I finally get the phone to connect, only to find out that she'd been also trying to call me. She tells me she also had our oldest daughter try my number, try her grandparents and her aunt's phone numbers. Nothing worked. No phones at all.
Hold up.
The next day, while I was still out of town, I called her to FaceTime everyone. She answered the phone and seemed quite agitated. She would not talk to me other than to tell me that she didn't have time for this right now. This was very unlike her. Later that day, we did talk, and she was telling me that our 2 daughters had stopped sleeping in their rooms, saying they had both seen a shadow standing in the hallway outside the rooms, which were across the hall from one another. Our dogs, 2 large German shepherds, would randomly start barking and going batshit crazy at nothing, barking and snarling at empty doors and walls. She and I would be on the phone while she was out and about running errands, and no sooner than she would pull into the driveway that the phone would cut out, and it would take over an hour for us to get back in touch with one another. My oldest son from a previous marriage came over to spend the night one time and said he felt uneasy in the house, like he was being watched the entire time, and he has never come over since. We even called a shaman to come out and cleanse the house, and that made a small difference. However, one day I received a piece of mail from the previous tenant, and it had his number on it. I reached out to him to tell him that I had his mail. Oddly, he did say thank you, but asked me if we could meet anywhere away from the property to collect his mail. I didn't think much of it and had to go to the store anyways, so I said we could meet there. After I handed him his letter, he asked me a question that I will never forget. "Have they woken you up at night yet?" he asked. "Who?" I responded. "The 2 old men," he said.
What?
"I don't know what you're talking about," I said, mostly just to keep my sanity. It had been 6 months and we still feel and hear shit everywhere. My son will sit on his bed and calmly talk to the monster dad. My youngest daughter refuses to use her bathroom, go down to the basement, or sleep without a light on. My wife doesn't sleep through the night either. I have stopped traveling for work now, and we cleanse the house regularly. No crystals yet, but my wife burns sage and candles and has hung amulets and other Native American protection artifacts, such as dream catchers, all around the home. I am a creep by nature, and I do believe in the paranormal, but take a much different stance than most. I grew up in a retired mortuary and had my fair share of odd shit go sideways. We cannot afford to move, and my wife and I do everything within our power, within our decidedly limited power, to protect our family. I allow the dogs to roam the house, and we all sleep very little. Every single noise has me up, checking the house and checking on the kids. Anyways, sorry for the long-winded tale.
Yeah.
Love the show. Huge fan of the suck as well.
Ooh, that's a crazy story where they're in the thick of it.
Yeah, it's just open-ended.
Right, like they're still in the middle of all this.
So I have a feeling we're going to hear from him again. I would love to hear from him again.
Yeah.
Like, if you guys get out, if other things happen, like, I would love an update / I hope you're okay.
I hope you're okay.
Priest? I mean, it sounds like Native American, and so, like, I don't know how deep into, like, that culture, like, if priests are allowed, or, like, if you feel
Cute
like
outfit.
contaminating with the shaman, or, like, maybe that's not your belief system, but I would get a priest. Yeah, I would start there. I mean, obviously don't pick up any Ouija boards or do anything dumb like that.
Do a Ouija board. Ouija board.
Yeah, what a terrible thing where I always just think about, like, it's human nature.
Cute
If
outfit.
you see something by your kids, or you think something by the kids, you're going to, like, run and check it out. But what a frustrating thing if it's, like, some paranormal origin where it's like, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? I wonder if you can talk to the landlord. I mean, how does that work? Like,
I don't think that violates the lease. That's how it goes.
but what if you knew? What if the previous tenant had told the owner, like, hey, this house is haunted?
I still don't know that. No, I don't think any of that would hold up legally.
Well, I don't know, because, like, I mean, every state is different. I know in Idaho, it's a non-disclosure state, so they don't have to tell you if someone has died in a house.
But that's different
unless
than
you
a ghost.
ask. Right, so, I mean, I wonder if that kind of falls in the same
I wouldn't think it would.
category?
I wouldn't think there's any legal, I wouldn't think there's any laws out there about having to disclose anything that you can't prove is real. You know, like where, like if there's a suicide, there was a murder, or those kind of things like in the home.
Right.
That's something that like everybody knows for sure happened. So you have to disclose that. But if you're just like someone's like, you can't rent this out again, it's haunted.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any legal standing for that. So I don't think you could get any recourse against the landlord. Sadly.
I was just wondering, I don't want to say like recourse, I was just hoping like maybe they could get out and get their security deposit back.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he sounds like a smart guy. Like, I'm sure that they investigated all of the options, but I'm trying to think like, because I'm a helper.
Because I'm a maniac,
True.
my brain went to a ridiculous place where it's like, what an ideal house. If you're the landlord and you're able to get damage deposits right away, that's like the best fucking investment, where you have a super haunted house and you get people's first and last month's rent deposit, and you get it, and they don't and they're not gonna last more than a few weeks, and then you just get another one and another one and another one. You're like, thank you.
You hope the ghost is like putting holes in the wall so you don't have to return the deposits.
Come on, ghost.
I mostly just feel bad for his kids.
Yeah.
I mean, as adults, you can navigate it differently. I just worry about like little ones, because then it's like, how long is that going to stick with them? Are they always going to be scared? And I'm sure, I mean, it sounds like they have those concerns already.
Right. Yeah, I guess like if it was me in that situation, and I'm seeing that, I'm just gonna get every type of shaman, priest,
Crystals?
You know what? That situation specifically might, by the end, it wouldn't be. Why were you holding two dicks at first?
I wasn't. I was excited. 2 dicks for me down here, Dan. I don't think dicks for me down here. I don't know whose dick I'm holding on to.
True.
All right.
Yeah, no, it would be with one of the last ones.
And then have a snake right here.
Now you've got 2 dicks. Very different. Okay, so I have one more for you.
Yeah.
I just thought this was a pretty juicy tale. And
we got samurai.
Woods.
Okay.
Which is maybe stupid because I've been taking the kids on like 8 million hikes during this, so I'm also
You're gonna go on a hike right after this.
fucking idiot doing this to myself. It's daytime though.
Yeah.
And this fight happens at night, which I like.
Okay.
Why? Hey there, Dan and Lindsay. My name is Mike, and I'm a longtime fan of the stuff. Scared to Death, and of course Dan's stand-up. I think I started listening to his stand-up around the time Dan got huge on Pandora, and I've been a big fan ever since. I started listening to Scared to Death a few months ago, and since then I've been hooked, eagerly waiting each episode, and I especially love you guys' banter about whether crystals are legit conduits of spiritual energy or expensive rocks that don't do jack shit. Fair. I've been listening to the podcast for a while, but I wasn't sure whether I should share my personal supernatural experience with everyone, especially since I feel like a dickhead even saying that I've had supernatural experiences in the first place. Not to disparage anyone who believes in that stuff, but for most of my life I've been a hardcore skeptic and a firm denier of anything to do with demons, ghosts, auras, or
Hope this is what you were thinking of, lad.
Stuff like that. Which is
I get it. That's kind of me too.
Yeah, which is part of why I really like this story.
Yeah.
However, around November of last year, my perspective on a lot of that sort of things shifted based on a personal experience I had in the woods near my old family home. Okay, so I really enjoy that setup.
Me too.
Okay. First, some context. My grandparents used to own a large plot of land in a rural area of the foothills. We're going to talk about this.
I love the looks of it. Yeah. Hey, Ezzy!
By the way, like, sorry to just digress, like, after the last time we said it, it was very 50-50. Okay.
Ezzy, how have you been? Hope you've been doing good.
Not saying which mountains.
Hope you've been great. I'm doing good. I'm just doing these little sketches. Tomorrow I'm going to be doing viewer D&D. So I was making D&D, small little D&D tokens for these people. Now I'm not going to be drawing a map or anything like that. Maybe later, but I'll do it later. It's always later. It's always later. Why are we here? So free.
My grandparents passed away both within a few months of each other, and my mom, aunt, and uncle ended up inheriting joint ownership of the land. Well, my mom and her siblings,
I wanted to do this, and just because I love Dungeons and Dragons so much, I wanted to play with. I've been playing with Board, just randomly. I was like, one time he came in, I immediately started playing D&D with him, and he's like, "Oh, I had no idea this was happening." Okay, and he's like, "That was really fun. That was real fun." And I'm like, ooh. And we did it 2 more times, and I'm like, oh man. So I really wanted to play with everybody. I want everybody on here to feel like they're a part of this, you know?
I always make it a point to go for a hike in the woods whenever we visit the farm.
Honestly, I need to ask a friend if he's doing the D&D stream stuff, because I've never played, but I want to get into it. Hey, seems like everybody wants to get into it. It's real fucking popular. It's made, you know, okay, decent voice actors into very famous voice actors. Plus, I like the dice in pretty colors, and slowly have been collecting dice already. Ooh. Well, don't you worry, because Chatbot already has all of the commands for dice. So, if you put in D20, already does it for me. So if you put a D and 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12, 20, and 100, we'll give you random dice rolls. So it's already implemented. It's ready to go. And whether we play with a board or not is really up to him. And just know it's if you want to drop out at any time, there's no hard feelings. There's no like, if you're like, oh man, I love coming to your streams, but I'm just so tired or stuff like that. I don't mind. I'm not gonna be mad. I'm just gonna be like, okay, well, that's all right. We'll just make a new character. I will make a new character, and we will keep going.
Always there, and we had somehow missed it. How did it fall over into our path without us hearing it? We had been at this exact spot on the trail.
So don't feel like you have to. Don't be forced. Don't feel like you're forced to come here. I'm gonna do this every Thursday, see how people like it, make a little announcement of like, hey, you know, whoever wants to play, we can play, and stuff like that. Don't feel pressured.
About 15 minutes after passing the fallen tree,
and the character sheets are all in my Dungeons and into my tabletop down there in my Discord. You usually stream at times perfect for me, so I'm usually able to be here. Yeah. Well, don't feel scared. You know, enjoy your time here. And thank you for coming in, by the way, Azzy. I do appreciate you. I appreciate everybody that comes here. And if you don't know Azzy, Azzy also draws. She's an amazing artist. Darn good artist. But I feel like that's every single person that I know. I haven't met a bad artist yet.
I couldn't hear any of it. An eerie, unnerving silence hung over the place, with the crunch of the leaves under our shoes.
I mean, other than my IRL friends. But that doesn't count. I think Trio Winter Garden draws. So, I mean, there's that.
And we had a fairly uneventful hike.
By the way, she had her anniversary. So, her 3-year anniversary.
By this point, the sun had
so,
set, and it was pitch dark,
good on her.
And the light from our
It's been 3 years.
Flashlights to see the path in front of us. Right as we reached the top of the hill on the trail,
Bad artist, you haven't? I'm right here. What?
Joe and I both turned to see what happened.
Where are those bad artists? Where are those bad artists?
The branches overhanging the path on either side of the trail behind us were broken and mangled, with several.
Where are those bad artists?
It looked as if something.
I haven't met. Still don't see them. Mass. Well, one day we'll find those bad artists.
Joe and I were both
we'll teach them.
Speechless when suddenly I heard it. It took a second for me to register, but after a moment I recognized the sound as a deep, slow breathing. Each breath, whatever.
Aw, go you a sweetheart. I highly doubt that. Yeah. Yeah,
I thought for a moment it could be a bear.
I highly doubt that there is a bad artist here.
But bear sightings are extremely rare in that area, and there was something unnerving and totally unnatural about the breath that this thing took. For a few seconds, Joe and I stood motionless.
Yeah, I'm doing a bit of a rough sketch. I could really go into it, but like these are just fun little sketches for viewers, and I just wanted to get them done so that people have them. I could really go into detail though, but that would be hours of fucking labor that I don't want to fucking do. Not because I hate you guys, because I have other things to do. I have other art to draw. Come on.
I felt like that thing was looking into my goddamn soul.
Let me draw.
One look was all I needed to tell me that this thing, whatever it was, meant us harm, and that is when more than capable of doing, and it was going to do more than it was capable of. I looked over to Joe and screamed at him to run,
yeah, it's also
we both bolted down the path as fast as our legs would
I don't see any bad art at all. No sirree, Bob. But it's also first come, first serve. So whatever makes you feel happy, you know. If you're the first one here, good on you. And that doesn't mean that you won't be in the next session. That doesn't, if you miss it, that doesn't mean that stops you from being in it. It means first come, first serve for everybody. So next time we'll play, you know, they weren't first. And I'll have more character sheets. But just know that your character sheet is your character sheet. Whichever one you pick and all that, whatever you grab, is your character for tomorrow.
And there was no sign of anything on the farm being out of place. After a while of watching the tree line, Joe and I eventually pulled ourselves together enough to talk about what we had seen and to share it with Ruth.
But Dungeons and Dragons is very roleplay heavy. The characters that we have rolled up have backstories and stuff like that. So just try to do what the character would do, but that doesn't stop you from making your own decisions. It just means that just think of like what this character has been through and find the character, you know.
What I saw was no hallucination and was surely not a bear. Wishing you both all the best. I hope all the creeps and keepers out there are living their best demon-free lives as well. Thanks, Mike.
Hey, thanks, Mike. Man, thanks for sending that in. That's that's a crazy story. Like, what? I mean, again, there's just so many weird possibilities. Like, what, you know, if like what he saw was not his imagination, then what the fuck is that?
Right, and again, like, I just appreciate his setup of, like, super skeptical guy.
Yeah.
He knew this area. He was there with his cousin who also knew this area. I mean, they're both super familiar with the woods and the fact that there really probably couldn't be a bear.
Yeah.
You know, just be a highly populated area or what have you.
Well, and in the South, too, it's like there's just not.
Well, that's not their
bears.
climate. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah. Just, That was just a great, though, the way it was all laid out, all the details, really kind of like in the story.
Last but certainly not least, we've got 1, 2, and 3. So, and I will put these up on the Discord for you guys.
trail.
By the way, guys, I'm so sorry that I am gassy. I don't know why. I have no earthly idea why I'm gassy. Could be a lot of things. I'll probably watch it play because I haven't played, and okay.
Part of that story to me was just I totally understand that.
I have more to type. You got stuff to do. That's if you got shit to do. That's cool.
Yeah, you don't notice it until whatever reason, like it's gone for some reason. But like
I never force people to do anything they don't want to. If you're like, I just want to watch, I just want to hang out with you guys, that's okay. It's all right. It's okay.
Animals are, they're hibernating or they're just,
Stream
avatar. They're nocturnal, so they're just kind of like hunkered down. That's the eeriest thing. And to think about it totally silent. Other than the sound of crunching those leaves, that'd be so eerie.
And then to just look up and see that kind of like mist that comes from your mouth.
I'd be running too. Yeah.
So thanks for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Eek.
Eek, eek, eek.
Are we gonna be okay this week?
We're gonna be okay. We're gonna be. I always think we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be fine. Yep, I think we're gonna be okay. You can enjoy Stranger Things. It's not gonna be too scary. You're gonna fight through it.
I accidentally pressed enter when I wasn't finished typing. That's fine. I'll be setting up stream.
Want to watch it? They're okay.
That's fine. I'll probably be down to join when I feel a tiny bit more confident too. Yeah, that's fine. Just know that just because you didn't come into, you won't come into tomorrow's, that doesn't mean that I've turned it off or anything like that, or I'm like, well, if you didn't come in then, you don't get it now. No, it just means that, well, this session you weren't in, and that's okay.
Can watch another one, which is a good sign that you're a little bit spooked by something, but you're really into it.
I would eventually love to play with every single person. I would really enjoy to play with every single person because it would be fun. And also, I get to draw some character portraits for all these wonderful characters that you get.
My story at scaredtodeathpodcast.com. For everything else, email us info@scaredtodeathpodcast.com.
Correct.
And yeah, thanks for listening and watching Scared to Death. Bad Magic.
You guys all get to watch that. And it's a fun little thing that we all have and stuff like that. And then we got Thune, Bugbear. What is it? Bugbear, age, yellow tan, yep, yellow gold, muddy brown. So we got Thune the Bugbear. But. Burr.
Welcome, creeps and peepers, to Scared to Death. I'm Dan.
Hey, Dan. I'm Lindsay.
And you are listening to a podcast dedicated to all things spooky that may also be true. Demonic possessions, hauntings, shadow people encounters, sightings, curses.
And that goes for everybody, not just Assy. It's that if you don't feel confident and stuff like that, just know that it's just a fun little role-playing game.
Thank you again for the continued
It's just a fun little role-playing game.
Letting us know that for many of you, this is now
It's
your favorite
all
horror podcast.
good.
It's an honor to love getting those messages.
I know.
It'll be in the same world as my comic book, but it affects none of it.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Also, I keep forgetting to mention this. Search Dan Cummins' Get Out of Here Devil.
So
right
don't
now
feel
on
like
Pandora.
you're making any bad decisions for my comic or anything like that. You guys are just having fun. You guys are just some random mercenaries that joined a group that are going to have some fun.
It's a nice balance to the spooky.
True. You can see here for horror, there I don't go for scares, and I do go for laughs. So I keep forgetting to mention lots of other different kinds of free content out there that people seem to enjoy.
And I'm a part of your stand-up.
Now, there's multiple different bugbears, and I'm trying to see if I want to do.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, Dan tells ridiculous
bugbears.
Speaking of Lindsay, a deck of cards inspired Queen of Hearts tea.
Oh, yes.
Both black and white forms, and the Sumerian protection spell in blanket form. Now in the store at badmagicmerch.com.
Yeah, your requests have been answered. People wanted the prayer.
So like everybody has their own version of a bugbear.
So how many stories do you have? Do you have two, I believe, today?
I have 2 stories today, and totally not planned. Just kind of happened this way because like I have thousands of emails to kind of pick through, and I just.
I'm just like, what is?
Come from people who
What's
are
mine?
military listeners, and are both stories take place.
I
on
was
military
thinking
bases.
of doing like.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, I was super happy it worked out
Let's
that way.
try. Let's see.
Here might
Let's
be.
just.
First up is a
let's just
strange
give it
tale of a Florida teacher
a
who
little
in
race
2012
right here.
became
Yes,
convinced that
yes, a
some of her
little but.
teenage students
Oh
were
my
possessed by
God,
demons.
guys!
She took them on a
Guys,
very
there's a
ill-advised, highly
rabbit.
illegal field trip.
He needs
That sounds
pet.
pretty fun.
Yeah, ends with her
He
arrest,
needs
so we'll
little
talk about that.
patents and he is a
My
cute
next
boy.
story is the tale of how Los Felices' supposedly haunted murder mansion may have became haunted, and what people claim to continue to see.
I'm petting him with my foot.
Yep, down in Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. I'm super intrigued by that because I wonder if I know the story already.
Maybe. Yeah, how many decades ago?
Yeah, I
Might be
have
part
a lot
of
of
the
friends
lore.
that live over there, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So decent amount of setup on this first one.
Okay, I
you
already
get
have my
ready.
blanket on because I was freezing, but my jacket has purple in it, and so I went with some purple pandas. See, I was doing like a matching thing.
Let me flip him. Let me flip him.
Yeah. It all worked out. Looks good. Looks good. Very
I'm a news anchor or a politician.
very 90s.
One of the 90s
T-Pain.
Maybe the stranger
Cool.
things has kind of gotten into your head.
Let's
I guess
flip
that's
this
more
man.
80s.
Let's flip this
We
man.
can talk about that.
Okay, so as the sun
Let's
sets,
flip him.
on June 9th, 2012, Danielle Harkins pulled a lighter bundle of sticks and some kerosene out of her purse. She was standing near the
Don't you
safety
love it
of
when
her
you flip
pier
something
in the
and you're
parking lot
like, oh
since
man,
the day
is
where
that how I
it was
draw?
closed,
And it's like,
almost entirely
yes.
abandoned.
Yes.
She checked her watch, it's almost
Yes, that
8:30.
is how you draw.
Perfect, she thought, eyeing the parking lot
Just
as she waited
don't
for
worry
the others
about
to
it.
show up. Danielle was 35 years old. For the last 5 years, she taught reading and writing at the Lealman and Asian Neighborhood
Guys,
Family
you
Center
should
in St.
really
Pete.
flip your pictures sometimes, because you'll find you'll find some things about yourself real quickly as an artist.
4-year-old daughter and 3-year-old son, and a year ago her husband had been arrested on domestic violence charges.
Okay, it's a very unfortunate situation.
But she never brought any of that negativity into her work.
Mm-hmm.
Her colleagues thought of her as a creative, thoughtful teacher, someone who was really willing to put in the work to really connect with her students as human beings. She got along especially well with elementary school-age kids, but lately something had been different about her. The normally sweet, kind woman sometimes had a dark.
I'm looking up hog
Some
noses.
assumed it was just due to her struggles with her ex. Some wondered if something else was going on. One day, she was walking by a neighbor named Lisa Cope's house, and Lisa and Danielle were very close, but they were friendly. And this day, instead of exchanging their normal hellos or comments about the weather, Danielle fixed Lisa with a cold stare, then smiled and said the strangest thing. "You're okay. You don't have any demons in you." And then she turned around and walked back towards her house.
That's fucking weird.
Lisa, of course, thought this was very odd. She wondered, was this part of some practical joke? That didn't seem
Yeah,
right.
piggy
She couldn't think
noses.
of a time that Danielle had ever told her a joke before.
Cute
much
little
less
pig
played one on
noses.
someone else, but she didn't know what else to make of it. Around the same time, Danielle's students watched her demeanor grow darker and darker. Instead of the light, breezy way she used to talk, now she mumbled darkly, clenching her fists often as she spoke. Her lessons with them changed. She constantly corrected them, snapped at them, became more demanding. She made them write and read faster. She stood over them as they filled out worksheets, her eyes unblinking. The students, who were teenagers, wondered if she was on drugs. And then one day, their increasingly strange teacher said that she had a special surprise for them, something that would help them. She told 7 of her students to meet her at a spot near the St. Petersburg Pier the next day.
Just 7 of them?
And they did. It was very small.
What kind of clothes is this motherfucker wearing?
Time now for the tale
Oh,
of Danielle
Thune.
Harkins.
Thune, what are you?
On June 9th,
Interception.
2012, Saturday night, these 7 students gathered around a makeshift fire Danielle had made in an abandoned area parking lot. Her face glowing from the flames, Danielle then told them something that should have sent them all running. She said in a voice not quite her own, "You all have demons in your blood. The only way to get the demons out is for me to cut them out of you, and then burn you so they can't get back in you. Otherwise told them to dance around the fire and chant, "Leave me be, leave me be." And it's so crazy. And maybe because they were scared to upset her, maybe because they were curious, maybe because they somehow actually believed what she was saying, they did as she told them.
Oh my God.
Did they have demons inside them? Was she going to help them? What was going on? Stephen, Danielle suddenly barked, "Come here."
Oh boy.
Stephen obediently went to her side. She gave another student, a girl named Annie, a razor. "Cut him," she ordered.
No.
"It has to be you. I will purify you after the demons are expelled." Annie looked at the razor and looked at Stephen's arm. She took a deep breath and pressed it into his skin.
Shut up.
A thin red line appeared. "Deeper," Danielle commanded. "Open it wider." Stephen cried out, his eyes shut tight in pain, but he didn't attempt to free himself. Drops of blood spattered on the pavement below.
Stephen, get the fuck out of there.
Danielle waved Annie off. "Hold still," she said. She held a lighter over Stephen's cut
Oh my God.
and then began to cauterize the wound.
Oh.
She was sealing Stephen's wound shut so that the demons that she believed had just been bled out could never enter his body again.
Oh, it's so gross.
"Do it," she barked at the other students as Stephen moaned in pain. "Here." She gave the students shards of broken glass, razor blades, and lighters. "Do you want to die? No. Then get rid of your demons." In all of this madness, while Danielle still tried to cauterize his wound with her lighter further, the sleeve of Stephen's shirt burst into flames. Screaming, he tried to stamp it out, but the flames appeared, spread to his pants.
Oh my goodness.
"No one call anyone," said Danielle. Her eyes wide, her face demonic in the flames, she yelled, "This is good. Purify him." As Stephen now writhed on the ground, another girl, Chelsea, looked at a broken piece of glass, one she was holding in her hand, and then looked at the boy standing next to her, Tim. She thought about how he'd taken her on a date, how they'd fooled around in the back of his car, and then how she'd never heard from him again. Suddenly full of rage, feeling just as demonic as Danielle kept telling her she was, she started attacking Tim with the piece of the glass.
Fuck.
She cut him on the throat, just below his Adam's apple, a long gash that shone red in the firelight. He clutched his bleeding throat and fell to his knees. "I'm sorry," he said in a ragged whisper. Things were spiraling out of control. Danielle approached him and held up the key. With her lighter, she burned the key until it glowed red hot and then pressed it against Tim's neck. Screaming in pain, he tried to get away, but Chelsea held him down. A few hours later, the teenagers were still standing in this parking lot. They were standing around the smoldering fire, bleeding from cuts all over their bodies, burns over all of those cuts. Danielle, looking more unstable than ever, told the scared and confused and injured teens, "Don't tell anyone about this. We have to do this again next month. Otherwise, you become possessed
Let's
again."
bring that
And then
nose
Danielle and
up.
the teenagers staggered out of the parking lot
Pick
and
my
went home.
nose a little
And
bit
they
up.
did exactly as she said. They told no one.
What?
Why didn't they tell anyone? Did they believe her? Did they believe that Danielle was actually cleansing them of dark forces? The teens hid their wounds from their parents. Stephen had third-degree burns that he wrapped up in ace bandages.
Oh my God.
For the next few weeks, it was as though nothing had changed. The kids still went to class, where they saw Danielle smile at them from behind her desk. And then one day, Stephen was texting a friend about some homework when the friend asked if he was okay. The friend wanted to know if he'd hurt himself playing sports because he'd noticed that Stephen had been moving a lot more slowly than usual lately. Stephen hesitated and then texted back, "A weird thing happened with my teacher." I told him everything, and then the friend told his mom, who then called Stephen's mom and the school where Danielle worked, and the entire demonic cleansing ritual was soon exposed.
Oh good.
The press went wild with the story, writing headlines like, "Teacher forces students to perform satanic ritual." The parents of the students involved were, of course, furious.
Of course.
They believed that, had she not been reported, Danielle wouldn't have stopped until someone died. Danielle Harkins was arrested on one count of child abuse and one count of aggravated battery, and she was held on a $55,000 bail. The police wondered what else is going on. Was it possible it was just this ritual, or were there more secrets these teens weren't spilling? If there were more secrets, the police never found out. In 2014, after serving just a 6-month sentence, Danielle was released from prison on her own recognizance, and she promptly disappeared. A police officer in St. Petersburg went to her house, rang her doorbell shortly after her release, and Danielle never answered.
Wow.
The house looked dark, all the curtains shut, and there wasn't a car in the driveway. And no one named Danielle Harkins, who matches her description, has been heard from again by basically anyone in the years since. What happened to Danielle? Did she have a psychotic break brought on by the stress of her custody battle? Was she
I'm gonna make some coffee. BRB. It's all good, man.
Did she really see demons? Is that possible? And if so, is she still haunted by them today? We'll never know for certain.
I can't believe she just disappeared.
I know, what a weird story all the way around.
But her kids and her husband, are they not looking for her?
You can't find anything online. There's no press. I mean, the press was interested in the story. It appears the press did try to find out.
Right.
I looked up on all like the major social media platforms because there are pictures of her around the time of her arrest to see if like any of the profiles matched her pictures.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm guessing there's a good chance. I mean, I would think she probably is still around. I'm guessing she changed her name.
I'm guessing. And she probably did move.
Right, she probably moved, changed her name, and then changed her overall appearance. Like, you know, different hair color, totally different haircut. I mean, you're not gonna want that to follow you around. No one's gonna want to be your friend. No one's gonna want to ever look for kids around you.
Well, and she probably, I mean, after that, if she was in a custody battle, so then she was probably deemed never to be able to see her children without supervision. I mean, I would think that full custody then went to her ex-husband.
Yeah.
I'm assuming husband, ex-spouse. But, I mean, that's crazy.
It's crazy that she got the students to show up there.
Steven, third-degree burns.
I know.
And also, I was thinking, how do you let your kids go to a nighttime field trip with the teacher?
Oh, I'm sure they weren't like telling. Well, I mean, they didn't tell their parents, or she would have been uncovered earlier. I'm sure it was something where they made up excuses. I mean, what's interesting about this story is it's like the articles aren't like, from like a Reddit thread or from some ghost kind of website. I mean, it's news. It's like, you know, Florida news coverage.
Right.
I mean, and we do have some pictures that speak to that. I mean, this first picture is Danielle being charged in court.
Okay, totally normal, like cute young teacher looking person.
Like this next one is the mugshot. So, you know, I mean...
Yeah, she looks fine.
This is
Her eyes look a little crazy, but I'm sure it's just stress of, like,
sure.
everything that just happened.
And this is the only Facebook image I could find of Danielle. I mean, it was like an old Facebook before her account kind of, like, went down.
Okay.
That's the only one I could find. And then this last one is what comes up when you Google woman who sees demons.
Perfect. It looks just
No
like
idea what it's
Danielle.
from. So maybe that's how Danielle looks
They have
now.
the same red hair.
They have the same red hair. I just think like with something like this, you can obviously go to, well, like mental illness, but you could say that about so many of these stories.
She was deemed fit to stand trial.
I know, she was deemed fit to stand, and I think that would be the absolute worst if you really did get possessed by some entity that just made you do some super dumb shit like this.
Right.
That then ruins your life. Like, how sad for her. If we're gonna go with this possibility that these things can be real, which I guess, you know, is the premise of the show.
Right.
And one of those things got in her and then made her do that crazy shit in the parking lot. It fucking destroyed her.
I am with you 1,000%. I am more concerned about the kids who didn't tell anybody. There were seven of them, and not a single one of them. Like, I know what I was like as a teenager, and I was rebellious and secretive, but when something that I was concerned about happened, like if I had a friend who told me that like they had been date raped, or I had a friend who was, you know, maybe in a home situation that like was sharing some things about like, oh yeah, like my dad gets drunk and hits me. I always told my mom those things, even though I was like secretive and lying about sneaking off to parties and all of that. I also knew that if someone was in trouble, or if I was in trouble, I could tell my mom without judgment, without being grounded. So like, this school, this is fucking crazy.
I was able to find an address for the school of this kind of like this strange name, this community Asian, you know, neighborhood school thing, and like a couple pictures.
Were all the students Asian?
No, and they weren't. And
so I was trying to think it was like a cultural thing, like you don't.
No, my
complain?
read on this school, and I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But just kind of looking at the pictures, I mean, I don't know how to say it. I'm trying to say this the nicest way possible.
Was it like a low income kind of situation?
No. It was, I grew up around a lot of kind of fundamentalist homeschool, you know, kids that like would go to certain interesting retreats that were like very, very
I went on
extreme.
religious retreats.
Right, but it like,
Don't
but
judge
you,
me.
no, but you went to like Catholic ones. This is like way more extreme than that.
Well,
way more fundamentalist.
Yes, asterisk. Yes, mine were Catholic, but like there was praying of hands. There was like,
oh yeah,
like all of that. There was some.
But you also like had some fashion stuff, like these. This, when I saw the picture of these kids, I was reminded of the kids I grew up around in the sense of like, you know, very much like stereotypical homeschool look. You know, like
not exposed to a lot of things.
Very sheltered.
Sheltered.
Lot of like floby bowl cut type situations. Lot of moms cutting these kids' hair.
Right. So they're just not. So what you're saying
I think it may have been a religious, and based on the class size.
Yeah.
And I couldn't verify this for certain, but my gut strongly assumes that this school was probably like an offshoot of a local church. Or something. I could be wrong.
And so
I could
you
be
think
wrong.
what, that they would get in a lot of trouble?
No, I think these are probably kids who believe very much in these types of things anyway. So, like at a public school, if your teacher is telling you, we gotta meet in the parking lot because you might be infested with demons, very, very unlikely unless you're just going for the story, the amusement that you're gonna go.
Right.
But if you're somebody who is in a more like fire and brimstone kind of congregation where you're very much into that kind of stuff, you're hearing about that kind of stuff on Sunday, and then you have this teacher who's like,
feeds into that in a different way.
Takes it a little further. I'm totally speculating, but that was my after looking at all the information I could find.
Right.
That's the guess I made.
Well, and it's not like from the get-go she said, "Meet me there, and I'm going to cut demons out of you." She just said, "Meet me there," and then when they got there, it was like you're all infested with demons. So
none of the sources said exactly what she told them to get them there, but I mean, but I'm guessing like what you're saying. I'm guessing she didn't lead with, "Hey, let's hang around this fire, and I'm gonna cut you guys up and get you to cut each other, and then I'm gonna burn your wounds to the light."
But even after that, I just can't believe Stephen, with his third-degree burns,
maybe she's super charismatic.
Tell his parents. Well, just the amount of pain he would be in.
What if she convinced him though that like it put his parents in danger? Like the right clothes.
Just the constant pain, and like his friends are like, "You're moving, Sonny."
I don't know.
I don't know. The whole thing is just bizarre.
Super bizarre.
Super bizarre. Immediately, also, like I follow this weird Instagram account. It's like headlines like that. If they're only Florida based.
Oh yes.
I don't know that Instagram account. So I have family in Florida. It's nothing against Florida, but it's just like it's a funny Instagram account.
I've talked about that so much. People who live like done so many stand-up shows down there over the years. People living in Florida are well aware that they live in one of the weirdest states in the country.
So bizarre.
Like it is preposterous how many outrageous Darwin Award type headlines.
Yeah.
Or just like crazy shit like naked lady smashes her car into Burger King high on meth, and it's like 99. If that happened in the U.S., 99% chance it happened in Florida.
It's so weird. What's going on in Florida? What's in the water?
I don't know. It's like there's a different. I will say from like doing shows over the years in all different states, Florida has its own vibe for sure, and South Florida is different than North Florida.
Okay.
But it's a party state.
True.
It's where so many people, like
well,
not
so many
obviously
people go to party.
Right. It's kind of like Vegas has its own vibe.
Yeah.
People go to Florida in general to party, and then a lot of people who move to Florida, unless they're moving for golf and just to kind of like warm weather when they're older, they're moving to party.
Yeah.
And even some of the stuff I've heard about the retirement communities. This one, I think it's called like it's where our buddy Joe has like this investments, but it's become a giant city. I mean, it's like over 100,000 people. It's a giant, like maybe the biggest retirement community. And I've heard stories about like these elderly people putting certain things on their cars that signify what they're into sexually. There's like a senior citizen hookup culture in this one, and I'm like, and of course it's in Florida.
I love that.
Yeah.
Can we retire there?
Sure. Get real weird. Why not?
Well, we're already pretty weird. So. Let's just take it to the next level. For all of our time suckers, we know that last week's time suck was the sex suck.
Sure.
It's soothing.
Perfect. Okay, so this next one, similar in a way of like, oh my God, what if this person got something inside of them that made them do something really bad out of nowhere?
Okay.
Similar thing where somebody who had a great reputation and then all of a sudden snapped and did something real crazier. This next one.
Okay, so this is like if all of a sudden I was possessed.
God, I hope not, because that doesn't bode well for our family.
Okay, noted.
Okay, so a little bit of setup. Decent amount of setup. In 1959, the Perelson family lived in the Los Feliz hillside neighborhood of Los Angeles at 2475 Glendower Place.
Oh my God! I'm not kidding you. One of my dearest friends lives on Glendower.
Okay, I thought you were gonna say that exact address.
What's the address again?
2475 Glendower Place.
Well, I don't want to say her address, but
sure.
It's in. They would not be that far apart from one another. Holy shit! Oh, I'm so invested now.
So Spanish Revival style mansion with a ballroom, 4 bedrooms, even quarters for servants. Designed by architect Harry E. Weiner in 1925 for Harry.
Weiner.
It's spelled Wiener, but maybe it's Weiner. I'll go with Weiner. Okay, Weiner sounds more dignified.
The Jewish pronunciation.
So it's not Mr. Wiener. Detected by architect Harry E. Weiner. In 1925,
Harry
Weiner
Wiener.
Company, the estate was later owned by German silent film director-producer Frederick
Son of a
Selnick.
bitch.
Arched
I love
doors,
that.
Windows framed the front facade with a grand entrance opening to a step-down living room. Dr. Harold Peterson was a prominent surgeon
Harry
specializing in
Wiener.
cardiothoracics and allergies. He'd grown wealthy off a successful and profitable patent for a new type of syringe, and 10 years earlier, he'd written one of the most respected clinical reports of the time related to cardiology, the electrocardiogram in familial periodic paralysis, featured in the magazine American Heart Journal in June 1949. He'd become a well-respected keynote speaker in medical conferences all around the country. He was assistant head of cardiology for the School of Medicine at USC. He was on the surgical teams of cardiology at Los Angeles County General, Cedars of Lebanon Hospital, and the Santa Fe Hospital of Los Angeles. He had 3 happy and healthy kids and a loving, beautiful wife. Dr. Perelson's life, by all accounts, was a storybook life of wealth, fame, peer respect, and a beautiful family. He was incredibly successful, and he seemed, by all accounts, to be very happy. And this is what makes the events that took place in the early hours of December 6, 1959 so especially confusing. The previous afternoon, Dr. Perelson came home from work, greeted his wife and kids, fixed himself a drink, and casually watched his wife wrap Christmas presents while she waited for dinner to be ready. Although they were Jewish, the Perelsons had recently begun celebrating Christmas with their friends and coworkers, enjoying the additional sense of community it brought to their family.
Christmas.
Harold's wife, Lillian, was a wonderful mother and homemaker, and called the family together that fateful Saturday evening for dinner at the table, where they sat eating and talking about their week at work and school. Harold and Lillian's 18-year-old daughter, Judy, talked about her friends and a boy she liked. The whole scene was right out of a Rockwell painting. Like a Norman Rockwell.
I know
Okay,
what that is.
I should have. Okay. After dinner, the family stayed up to watch a bit of television, and then Lillian and Harold tucked their 11-year-old daughter, Debbie, and 13-year-old son, Joseph, into bed. Judy went to her room to work on some homework, while her mother went to the master bedroom to read. Harold remained downstairs until he knew his wife was asleep, and then he went upstairs to read his copy of Dante's Divine Comedy until he himself fell asleep right after marking a passage he found personally compelling. In this early 14th century Italian narrative poem, 3 different guides take the author and narrator, Dante, on a tour of hell, purgatory, and paradise. When in hell, the ancient Roman poet Virgil shows Dante sinners hopelessly enduring torture as eternal punishment for their sins. Curious book to be reading, right before Harold did what he did. Time now for the tale of the Los Feliz murder mansion. Sometime around 5 a.m., the morning of December 6th, nearly 2 hours before sunrise, Dr. Perelson placed the book he'd been reading on the nightstand, went down to the kitchen where he kept a small tool chest. He grabbed a small but heavy ball-peen hammer and casually walked back to his bedroom, where he approached the bed where his wife was sleeping soundly.
Oh dear.
He stood gazing down upon her for perhaps just a moment, maybe longer, staring at the woman he'd loved for over 2 decades, the mother of his children, standing there in the pitch-black darkness of their room, staring down at the woman he now prepared to murder.
Why?
At some point, he raised the hammer, and in one swift motion, BAM! He brought the hammer crashing down on Lillian's head. And then he ripped the hammer back and slammed it down again, and he did this over and over and over, sometimes having to pry the hammer loose from the bones of her skull and face, and he hit her again and again.
Jesus.
How are you? We're listening to scary horror.
And he turned what was her head into a bloody mess.
Horror
He
podcast.
took his hammer, his wife's blood dripping from it and leaving a trail, and he walked down the hallway towards his
As
daughter's
I
room.
am working on
He must have been quiet, for he'd barely woken up Judy right before he hit her. Judy screamed as the hammer came down towards her skull, just barely managing to get one of her arms up and in front of her to soften the blow. Her father's hammer still connected with her head.
So yeah,
just enough
if
force
you're
to
not
kill
into
her, but
horror,
it did daze her.
I'm
The
good,
force
and
of the
you?
blow stunned
I'm just
her,
working on
disorientated her, also cut off her
character
scream.
art. for D&D podcast, not podcast, for D&D sessions, small D&D sessions. People can pick out a character and play the character.
Oh my God, get the fuck out, little one.
First come, first serve, and I'll be doing it with the viewers. I'll be doing it with chat.
Oh my God.
And we'll be playing some D&D, viewer D&D. So it'll be lots of fun.
Did run away. She'd regained some of her senses, had fled the house. She made her way to the neighbor's house to awaken from the
So other than that, everything's been going good. I hope your stream's been going good. Hope everything's been great, stupendous, and amazing. I know that you're already incredible and amazing. And thank you for coming in and saying, hey, man. Thank you so much, Bow. So, yeah. I think it's looking good.
Went back upstairs, got a bottle of pills from the medicine cabinet, sat
So
down on the bed, took them
once
all,
I get,
single
and that should be it for that. And then I could draw everything else, but I'm not gonna do that. I have other plans tonight, but I did want to do that.
No lingering physical injuries. As the officers approached the door to the Perelson home,
I mean, I wanted to work on a lot of other stuff, so
they carefully entered through the front door.
yeah, no problem. No problem, Bowed.
But were met with silence.
Hope everything's been going good.
Harold Perelson lying on the floor in his bedroom, the ball-peen hammer,
Hope everything's been going great.
an empty pill bottle on the floor next to
And I always ask about people and seeing how they're doing and stuff like that. I could draw boards, characters, and also a lot of NPCs for the game. I don't care. I love you guys, but I'll slowly do that throughout the year. Rest of the time we do this. I just. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the cheer. Oh, that's so sweet of you, Bowed. You didn't have to do that. That's very nice of you. Very sweet.
Right.
I also have to work on a sketch that I wanted to do. I will bring it up. I'll bring it on up, bring it on up to the side.
We are on the merry-go-round again. Same problems.
I've got some sketches to do. I also I did a spooky drawing the other day. I finished my I finished this picture. I finished the picture that you see on the right. That took me a bit. Finally finished it. So it'll be so that's done. Don't have to worry about that no more. So I've got my holiday picture going down the line of all the pictures I have. Please tell me I brought it in here. Yeah. I'm gonna pay. I'm working on this guy's picture. A friend from work. All I need to do is pin it and actually finish it. And I also wanted to do a small little fun thing for myself. Little bunny, what are you doing? Little rabbit, what are you doing?
That is so weird.
He's like, I want to hop over here now. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna stream till around 4 something. 4 or 5. Either one. Whatever works. I saw another streamer named Willow's Eve. She drew her furry OC as a FNAF character.
Something horrible had once happened. Then came the ghost hunters.
Oh
Now
my
the house is
gosh.
mostly known as the
Come on.
Las
There we
Feliz
go.
Murder Mansion.
There we go.
Numerous paranormal investigators have spoken of hearing strange, disconnected voices.
So I was gonna do that.
While roaming around
I
inside
was
the
gonna
house.
have fun. When is FNAF Security Breach coming out? That is a good question. But if you have to go, that's totally fine.
Various investigators claim to have heard the sounds of screams and moans in the early morning hours before the sun comes up.
Yeah, I bet.
A few have reported hearing the sound of a woman distinctly calling out "No!" in a terrified voice, followed by her frantic screaming, and then the screams are abruptly
Release
cut off.
date, yep.
The
Release
silence is followed
date,
by the low moan of a male. The sound of
2021.
victims in distress. The moan goes on for a
Well,
short
you
while
got a
until
little
all
bit
is again
left.
silent. Could these be the sounds of Harold killing his
Security
wife,
Breach.
and then his
You
soul
got a little
moans
bit
once he has
left,
realized what he has done?
guys, so, you
Perhaps
know,
the most
watch out.
commonly reported paranormal occurrence
I go back to
in the
work,
Las
I'm
Vegas
lurking,
Murder
be
Mansion
great.
is also the
Ah,
creepiest.
you go back to work. Have an amazing one. By the way, everybody, if you haven't, totally check out Bowd. Bowd is an amazing person.
The reports all seem to be the same. They see the face of a woman. They see the face of a woman staring at them through one of the upstairs windows. She'll gaze directly at them for a few moments with a sorrowful expression on
And
her
a
face,
hug.
and then simply vanish from sight.
Big old hug.
Many have claimed to photograph this apparition, but then when they look at the picture
Round.
they've just taken, she's nowhere to be found.
Thank you for
Finally,
being awesome,
if wondering
Bowd.
what happened to the Paris-
I do appreciate
finding,
you.
if you're
Thank you
wondering what
for
happened to the
coming in for
Harrelson
even just a
children
moment.
After their father's descent into madness, no one knows much.
Oh.
For
After surviving the
even
worst times
just
of
a
their young
little
lives,
bit.
Judy,
Even
Debbie,
just a
and Joseph
moment.
Are rumored to have traveled east to live with relatives, and then they promptly vanished from sight. It's assumed that their names were changed in an attempt to protect them from the notoriety that followed their father's crimes, and it seems to have worked. Why Dr. Perelson killed his wife and tried to kill his children remains a mystery. We'll never know exactly why hell was on his mind right before he picked up that gun.
Yikes. That was so crazy. I have been in that neighborhood for parties,
yes.
for Halloween, like just
Also,
close to Griffith
let's
Observatory.
get rid of that.
Picturing it,
And
then
then
just when you were
let's
describing, like,
go to
the houses are upside down, is how I can explain it. So it's like when you walk in, generally, I mean, I guess not all of them,
how
but
about
you walk in,
radio?
like, the front door,
How
and
about
then there will usually be like a staircase that goes downstairs to the bedroom, but the kitchen and the living room and like usually like a family room that out that you have like big windows and you can see.
let's go to one of these, which everybody seems to like. Let's go to here. It's like add, dislike this. And then let's go to it's like add because I just don't want you here, lineage. And then let's go to bam, and then let's go to the right one. Bam. And then let's go here, and then let's go to here. And then let's go back to here, and let's go here, and then there you go. There you go. Alright, there we go. Oh boy. I wanted to do a Five Nights at Freddy's thing, whatever. It's because I like it. I think it's scary and spooky, and I like it. It's a fun spook. trying to think of like what it would look like. Very round. Very round. I just wanted to do something fun. Yeah. I know not everybody's into it. Just for me. Just something fun for me. For myself. Sometimes you make things for yourself. Lied about your damn name. Why would you lie about your damn name? What are you hiding? Where is she? Where is Harvey Dent? Where is Harvey Dent? Ow. Turning my character. I just wanted to do this for funsies. I just wanted to do this for funsies. I know that a lot of people are like, ugh. You know what? I don't know how people are. I make judgments on a lot of people. When I say I won't judge you and stuff like that. I feel like I do. I feel like I'm lying to people. I judge people all the time. I judge people a lot. I just try to not judge people too harshly, you know.
He's the big boss of this game. As far as you're concerned, I'm the boss. Who gives me orders need to concern you. You just can your job and see that the prisoner pays for the murder. And the shooting's cleared up.
And with the hair, the boots with the fur. The boots with the fur. The whole club be looking at her. Good alert. Sorry I haven't talked much. That's okay, Azzy. That's alright. That's fine. Go be amazing. You're fine. Go stay and be amazing, Az. You're fine. Just like everybody. I understand. I understand. Oh god, there's a rabbit right under my feet. There's a rabbit right under my fucking feet. God damn. You guys don't mind if I listen to something else? I'm just bored. I'm just bored of most things right now. I'm having one of those bored moments. Like, I'm just fucking... I'm just bored. I'm gonna listen to 8-bit music. Music lo-fi. Let's see. Oh yeah, a little bit more energy here so I can stay up. Yeah, how about right there? Do they have eyebrows? Yeah, they have eyebrows. But it looks like it's built in. There's a rabbit. I'm back. What did I miss? Not much. I'm just listening to 8-bit music. Just working. Just did this sketch and then I'm gonna make it real quick. Cause it's all lines like that. It's not too bad. It's not too hard. It's very easy actually. This is actually very easy. Like that. I do that. Better. But other than that, just working on this because I said I would do it, so I'd do it. Yeah, that's not nightmare fuel right there. Do you guys like Five Nights at Freddy's? Well, I got you. I got you taken care of. I'm ironically a fan. For how, like, it's built on jump scares and all that, like, I'm ironically a fan. Like, I genuinely, I like the lore, even though I don't like what happens to all these fucking characters. I love the designs. In all honesty, they're quite cute to me. Even though puppets scare the ever-living bejesus out of me. It's looking good. Thank you. And also, it's not like yesterday's spooky picture. It's not like yesterday's spooky picture at all. Where yesterday's spooky picture, it was very much like, oh no, I can't even look at that. This spooky picture is like, oh man, Five Nights at Freddy's, I know that. That's that jump scare game, right? Yeah, it's that jump scare game. I know a lot of people make fun of it, but in all honesty, I don't care. Well, in reality, I do care, cause I'm like, you're stopping enjoying a game because you're just too big of a big man or big woman to be like, oh, that's a kid's thing. It's like, it's fun. Just, you know, sometimes just enjoy what you like. But yes, other than that, today has been pretty good. Pretty good. I guess I'm really actually talking about internet personalities, because there are a few internet personalities that I'm like, hey, have you ever thought about eating a big chode? Man, it's crazy. It's like, that's cool that you have a problem with Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't care. It's kind of like when people are like, oh man, Minecraft is like for babies and stuff like that. It's like, okay, well, it seems like everybody's fucking enjoying it. But yeah, other than that, hope you're doing well, Mass. Hope everybody's doing well. You know that you're amazing. I don't need to keep saying it, but if you need it, I can keep saying it. And this is going to be the hard part. This is going to be the hard part. I mean, it might not be the hard part. There might not even be hard parts on in this picture. Get it? You get it? It's fun because it's. Go. There you go, little rabbit. Yes. I saved that. Put that over there. And then I've got to work on this. This is someone's commission. I've got the sketch done. I gotta work on that eventually, but eventually. Oh, BRB again, real quick. My bad. It's okay. It's alright. It's fine. It's a-okay. Spooky. I like it. I like it. Let's save. Let's save. This has been bothering me for quite a bit. Because that face is wrong. That's the wrong person's face. Because that person isn't supposed to be right there. goodness, little rabbit. Little rabbit. Who's my little rabbit who needs head pets? You are. Damn it. It's only been 2.5 hours. I'm gonna go for 3. What am I doing? You okay, little boy? You alright? Here you go. There you go, hip hits. Right. That's right. That's what I'm doing. Alright, and then I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna see if it works. And copy all of this. Bam. Merge selected layers. That's fine. I was gonna erase this one anyway. And then It's a ridiculously high hairline, but I think it works for FNAF. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to put on my medicine. Damn it. Fuck me. Oh no. Stupid. Goddamn. Fine. I'll be right back. God damn it. Ugh. Fuck me. Ba 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 ba. But you know what? Thank God this stream has not died at all tonight. It's been good. Just making sure. Wow. About like that. Yeah. Just a jam after jam. Feels like a racing game. I am feeling the bump. The pow. Big rabbit. Big rabbit. What is it? What is it, baby rabbit? Baby. Baby. Bam, bam, bam. I wonder who's on right now. That is a good question. Who be on? Burnsy? Will Aziz is still on? That's awesome. She might have just restarted. Who knows? Why is that in my head? I literally am thinking about the NPR talking about, like, this woman talking about her sister and how her sister, she disliked her sister a lot when she was born, and she didn't like being not the first anymore, and she felt angered all the way through till the girl was about 4, and then she distinctly remembered a Christmas card, a Christmas letter to Santa, which was, "I think my sister hates me. Why does she hate me?" So yeah, I don't know why I was thinking that. I genuinely don't know why I was thinking that. Molto bene. Ba, ba, ba. Let's see. Trying to
I know of. Could
trying to stay awake. Shush. Shush you.
Explain it, so it's like...
I'll watch the others.
Whether thou art a ghost that hath come from the earth,
I'll listen to this. I'm awake. Sup, Go Dad? Oh, Mirasol Arts, my God. It's Mirasol. It's a Mirasol. My God. Hey, how are you, Mirasol? How you been? It has been forever. How have you been? How's every little thing? La 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 la.
Welcome to Scared to Death, Creeps, Peepers, Roberts, and Annabelles. I'm
I
Dan.
guess lols in the chat.
Hello, Lindsay.
Mira doing good.
Since Halloween's almost
It's
here,
a
our
Mira
first story today
soul.
is set on Halloween for this first of two
Missed your,
consecutive
I missed your
Halloween-centric
streams. I
Tuesday night
missed you,
episodes.
Well,
Mira
that's
soul.
fun.
Yeah, happy
I
to help
missed
get our
you.
Creeps and Peepers in the mood for the spookiest day of the year for many
I'm doing
of the
this.
horror fanatics' favorite holiday.
Work being a bitch.
Okay. Well, I also
Hey.
have a Halloween theme
I know.
for my first story. So
Fantastic.
yes. Well,
Mira
I
soul.
don't want to say Halloween
I know.
theme, just something that happened on
It's a
Halloween.
Christmas
That's great.
Mira
And that's
soul.
what mine is as well.
Okay, cool.
First
I can't
couple
wait
announcements, then our
till you do
stories.
stuff
Great.
like
What do you
that.
got?
That would be hilarious.
BadMagicMerch.com continuing to promote
Like
the
for
first
the
annual
for the
Scared to Death
holiday,
Live
have
Halloween.
being
Okay.
like
True Tales of
it's a
Hallows Eve horror.
Christmas
There's a bunch of
Mira
awesome
soul.
limited edition items that will no longer be for sale as of
Sorry,
November 1st.
I just love your
And
name.
they are, of course, associated with a live show.
Just by
a
the
Moment
simple
House
fact
digital
of
experience,
it being
happening
Mirasol.
Thursday, October 28th,
And it
6
sounds a
p.m.
lot
Pacific
like,
time, 9 p.m. Eastern
Miracle.
Time. The stories we tell there will
Anyway.
only be told there, and as of November 1st, they will disappear.
Hope you're doing
You can
well.
rewatch them through Halloween until November 1st.
What a fun night.
A show about ghosts becoming a bit of a digital ghost.
Working
after
on
that.
I
this
love it.
because
Tickets to Scared to Death Live
some
on
other
Halloween,
artist
True Tales of Hallows
was
Eve horror,
doing
available
a
now at
fan version
badmagicmerch.com. Quick reminder that our October Bad Magic charity
of
is
Five
Rain.
Nights at Freddy's,
The Rape,
and they
Abuse,
made
and
their
Incest
furry
National Network,
into
America's largest
into
anti-sexual
one of the
violence
new
organization, proud to
animatronics.
donate
So I'm making mine
$15,600
into one
on
of the
behalf
new
of our Robert and
animatronics
Annabelle
because their
patrons, in addition to
design
the Space Lizard patrons
is
over
so
on Time's Up.
fun.
Woohoo.
The
Good
design
job,
is very
guys.
fun.
Rain's
Thank
awesome.
you.
Yeah, they
So
created,
it's
operate
like,
the
I'm
National
gonna-
Sexual
I'm
Assault
gonna
Hotline,
do that
1-800-656 HOPE, among many other things. Go to Rain,
You made my day, dude.
.org to learn more. How many
Hey,
stories do you have for us today?
no
Lindsay?
problem.
I did. I'm so
No
excited to get to my
problem.
first story.
I was about to
Thank
ask you how
you.
much coffee you had 'cause
You
you
know
were
what?
going
You
so
made
fast.
my day.
Oh, I know. Sometimes
By
it's funny,
existing
I just think about
and
like
being
Halloween.
you.
People want to listen to get in the mood. Not
And
that they don't
God damn
wanna
it,
get in the
go
mood
to
normally,
fucking.
But I think if I'm listening, it's like, give me that horror.
I wanna
Thank
get in
you.
the mood. Okay.
Let's get to it.
Thank you for being amazing
This is a
and
different
you.
kind of show. If you've never
You
been
know,
here before.
We only get one of
But
you.
I'll slow down for the stories.
Oh,
you
I know.
made
I was
it
just
count.
teasing you. I just know that like we had a very productive morning. We got up early.
Boom.
Yeah, it's
Boom.
looking
Boom.
good.
Like got up, workout, stories.
Also,
polished, dressed, ready,
I
go,
finished
go,
that
go.
Day of the
go.
I
Dead
know sometimes
picture.
it's hard to, like,
It is right there on the screen.
I have two stories. I have
I
one
also
big
put it in
story
the
up
in
top,
the
and then I have
in the
one actually
Discord,
very
and
brief story
goddamn.
to close out. because I know that you
Also,
said you had
Haven's
slightly bigger
pick
stories this
I
week,
I
so
did
trying to
just
give
a
that
day
balance, 'cause,
ago.
like, listen, I know everyone wants the
And it
most amount of
seems
horror
that
right
I'm
now,
getting
but
faster.
also-
Gotta pace it out.
Yeah, and I don't want to like just.
You
shove
bet
extra stories
everybody
in there
better
for the
watch
sake of
out.
making a bigger
I'm a
episode,
speed demon
right? I
over
want
here.
good quality stories.
Quality over quantity.
You nailed it.
I'm just
I
a
have two
little
stories. I
speed
mentioned
demon
the
over
first,
here.
Set on Halloween.
Tomorrow
birthday happens to be
is
Halloween. Has a
viewer
birthday trip you would
D&D.
absolutely love to forget, but definitely never will. You'll probably wanna
So
forget about this as
tomorrow
well, and will also not be
evening,
able
I
to.
will be doing a
Hard to preview
viewer
that story much more
D&D,
without spoiling it. It's one of my favorite stories in a little while.
Oh, all right.
Second story I'll be telling
and
centers around a
we will
young girl's
have
imaginary
lots of
friend. The
fun.
story's also
You are
super creepy.
obviously
Turns
invited
out to be not so
to
imaginary,
enjoy
and
the
also
festivities
really not
with
much of a
us.
friend. So you ready to lose some sleep?
Yes. I already had a hard time going
Thank
to
you,
sleep
thank you.
as you were polishing up
I've
stories.
learned a lot.
We were working on them last night.
Yeah.
It was so funny. We were both like working across the
I've
room from
learned
one another.
quite a
and we were
bit.
like, so when are you gonna go to bed? Because we were listening
I've
to, like, a happy
learned,
playlist,
you
like an 80s
know,
summer
take
hits.
everything in
which is a great
strides,
playlist. Thank you, Spotify.
do your best,
But
and
finally we were like,
try
okay, you
and
need to go,
aim
or I need to put on my
high.
headphones. And then like I came back upstairs at some point, and it's like,
And also,
like all this like weird, creepy ass
I was
music.
sitting in the
Fuck.
dark, just my
lots of
monitor,
these
Lunatic.
listening to
sites,
loud, like, demonic
these
music.
websites.
Yeah.
And it
Mira
definitely got me
doesn't
creepy.
know how to
Yeah,
play
I
D&D
live with this,
though.
like,
That's fine.
All right, here's my socks.
That's
now, listen,
fair.
This is about as much socks
It's
as I can
alright.
give you because I continue to wear
You
the
can
world.
come and just
my
hang
dresses
out
get
with
shorter and
us.
shorter every week.
You don't have to
Yeah,
play.
but these are hysterical.
You can look
They are
at some of the
alien
character
UFO socks, which,
designs
if you
that
know anything about
I've
me, you know,
made.
it's one of my
Like
biggest
this is
eyebrows.
what I
Those are
do
great.
I know they
like
were probably meant for
normally.
you, but I just took them.
This is
And
what
the
I
socks
do
that came in the
normally
studio,
for
I
like a
just assumed were for me.
stream,
Yeah.
you
I'll care if it's not my size.
Okay.
You
and
can have
all
one of them.
that. And like here's
Alright,
some of
let's do
the
it.
background
No
characters from my
setup at all on
comic.
this first one. We're just gonna dive straight
So
on in.
Okay,
like
let's do
I've got
Time now for the tale of the Halloween others.
I'm gonna get you.
Mitchell had
get you
always been on good
over
terms
it.
with his parents.
I
Distant
got
terms, but good terms. Sure, they
this.
somewhat like
this
some
so
families who
far.
vacation together all the time.
So
His
these are
parents
the
didn't live
D&D
really close by,
characters that
so they
people
could
can
drop
pick
in on a
from
moment's notice.
so
But
far.
Mitchell was okay with that. He didn't expect anything
Oh,
other
thank
than
you,
that.
Mira.
And actually, smothering
Oh,
always
Mira
around
Soul.
parents sounded terrible. He liked his independence.
Thank
So what if his
you.
parents,
Thank you
Bill
so
and Lacey,
much,
had never been
Mirasol.
lovey-dovey types? When Mitchell was growing up, his dad's biggest display
I
of
hope you're
affection
doing
was a pat on the
alright,
shoulder,
though.
and Mitchell never remembered his mother tickling him or playing around
I
with
hope
him on
you.
the floor when he was a
How's your
toddler or a
art so
young child.
far?
And again,
How's the
it
art
really
all
didn't bother
around?
him. He lived in Colorado. He didn't have any
Hope
siblings.
it's been going
His parents
well.
lived back in Ohio,
Hope you've
and
been
they called
doing
once every couple of months.
excellente.
They saw each other once, maybe twice a
Excellente.
year, or they might go a whole
Excellente.
year without a visit.
Excellente.
And always depended on what everyone was doing. There was never the expectation to get together. And all of this was fine with Mitchell. But it never sat well with whoever he was dating. Anytime a relationship got serious, his girlfriends would always inevitably ask him why he never went to visit his folks. He'd always tell them that he just wasn't that close to his parents. And then it also wasn't a big deal. They always found that weird. And then they'd pry. What happened? Something must have happened. Nothing happened, he'd say, shrugging. We just don't see each other that much. And his girlfriend would go on some spiel about how that didn't make any sense.
Can't
how she just
art
couldn't
anymore
understand
because
that.
we're
She'd go on
keeping
about how much
me.
she loved her parents and
Aww.
her siblings and all her extended
Mira,
family
it's gonna
so
be
much.
okay.
She'd talk about how they all
gonna
went
be
on a cruise together
alright.
every year. Or they met up at some lake house.
You know what I
Or at
mean?
her grandma's house.
It's gonna be
Whatever.
a-okay.
On and on.
You know,
And
sometimes you
didn't
get
Mitchell want
that.
No.
You,
He'd say,
sometimes
honestly,
you
it's really
you
fine. And then they wouldn't think
work
his
is a
response was
bit
fine. They
taxing
just
and stuff
wouldn't
like that.
drop it.
Doesn't
They wouldn't
mean
believe him
that
no matter how
you
many
won't go
times he
back
told
to
them
it.
was fine, and
Just
every
means
time
for
so
right
far, the
now,
relationship
it's a
was starting
bit
to disintegrate.
taxing, and it's
I say all
also
this to establish
getting
how
ready for the
atypical
holiday
the
season
following
for
incident really
everybody.
was. A couple months before
Like,
Mitchell's 28th birthday, he got a FaceTime
much
call
less
from his mom out of
businesses.
the blue. Mitchell was surprised. He was at work, and she videoed in.
I know
and he
my
quickly
store's
dismissed it.
ramping up
He wasn't
for
allowed to take personal
Halloween,
calls in his cubicle. But then because
and
he never did
then
this, he started to wonder if something was
everything
wrong.
else is going to
What if
be
she planned an
ramping
accident
up.
or had a medical emergency? What if something had happened to his
Gonna
dad?
get ready
He went
for
and ducked into the nearest restroom, a private
Halloween.
restroom, the closest
Then
place to his desk with some privacy.
we're gonna
And he called his
have
mom back, and he
then
placed a regular call,
Thanksgiving.
not FaceTime.
I know
How
that
he
a lot
wishes
of people
now
in
he
America
had
don't actually
FaceTime for
celebrate
back.
Day of the Dead,
He wonders if he had,
All Saints Day
maybe he would
or
have
All
seen
Saints
something,
Day,
been able to sense that
but
something was off.
that doesn't mean I don't
And
have to.
maybe he could have hung up before it
I
was
would
too
love
late.
to
He
celebrate
could
it
have
with
closed
you
the connection
guys.
before some kind of evil
And
reached
also,
out
I'm
through
gonna
it.
be doing a
He could have
Halloween
stayed
thing
farther away from
as
them than ever
well.
before. He maybe would have never
I'm
gone
gonna
home
be
again.
doing
He never
a
would have had to pick up a call
Halloween
again. That didn't happen. He
Monster
called,
Girl
and his mom picked up on the
drawings.
first ring. Hey, Mom.
I'm
I'm
gonna
at work now.
be,
Is everything okay? Something
you
wrong with
know,
Dad?
user
He's not in the
requests
hospital or
and
anything,
stuff
right?
like that.
His mother laughed.
If you
No,
got a
everything's
certain
fine.
monster
I
you
was
want
just
me to
checking in.
draw,
She laughed again, and for some reason, it made Mitchell frown. It was a carefree, light, everything's all right, everything's always all right laugh, or at least it sounded like it was supposed to be. But it didn't quite hit the mark. That wasn't his mom's way. Not a big laugher. Never had been. He wondered if she was drunk or something, but his parents never drank, especially not in the middle of the day. Also strange that he couldn't tell where she was calling from. Usually he could hear the neighbor's lawnmower whirring in the background, or one of his dad's records, or a game on the TV, or he could hear her puttering around in the kitchen. But it sounded like she was talking from some sort of vacuum or void. No sounds at all in the background. Eerily still, quiet. Okay, he said slowly.
yes.
How's everything? Are you okay?
I
We're fine, his mother said in a voice
nowadays
that
I
didn't
don't know.
sound like his mom, but was again
Just
tonally off
stream.
somehow, a bit too bubbly.
I guess
Well,
I'll
you know, his
just
father
fucking
convinced he
stream
could
during
read
the
the house
holiday.
zone, and it's a complete disaster in the yard.
I
Other than that,
used to
we're
do
fine.
things, and now
All right,
I don't.
Mitchell said. You just worried me because his mother laughed
Maybe
again.
I
The
could
laugh
go
still
to a
bothered him.
Halloween
The sound
party.
crackled
I
on
don't
the phone
know.
speakers. Would you relax?
I don't
I just got
know.
the time difference mixed up.
I could.
I've lived in Colorado for 8 years. Mitchell said automatically and abruptly.
I haven't been to a Halloween party in so long.
Was he really overreacting? I mean, he had lived in Colorado for almost a decade.
Last
ever since he
year
transferred
was
to college.
when
What was going
my
on?
ex broke up with me.
I'm sorry. He added quickly. You just freaked me out.
So, like,
I didn't
I don't
understand.
know.
Will it be nice to see you a little more? His mother now said. Maybe you wouldn't have so many miscommunications if you came home once in a while.
Like,
Mitchell trailed off.
I didn't do anything for
felt his own
last
sense of
Halloween.
guilt. Did his
So,
parents want him to come around more? They
and
weren't bad
Halloween
people.
has always
Was it his
just
fault?
been trick or treating, and then I
exes right?
became an
Was he a
adult,
terrible
and now
son?
it's weird to be
Maybe
an
I
adult
could,
trick or
I
treating.
could visit for my birthday, he ventured. I have some PTO that I could take. Oh, that'd be wonderful, his mom said. She sounded so
I don't
loving and
know.
enthusiastic, and Mitchell
I have
didn't
no
want
earthly
that.
idea.
She really wasn't a terrible mom. but this had
I
never
could
been
just
her way.
have this as my
Mitchell said,
avatar.
"Okay, it's a done deal then."
Just have this this robotic
Seal,
monstrosity as my avatar.
What? Mom?
You just scared the
I could do that.
Yep,
No,
yep.
you're fine,
Mom, is that
Mirasol.
you?
You're
Yep,
fine. You
yep,
didn't know.
Mom,
That
what the
was
hell is that?
that was
Are you
last
okay?
year, and it's
What are you
okay.
talking about, Mitchell?
I'm
I didn't
fine.
hear anything.
I
The
hope
line must
she's
have cut out for a
fine.
moment, honey.
You know, we're both adults.
Okay. Yeah, I guess so.
I
Said very
can
confused. Mitchell
get
was so
over
strange,
it.
he felt
She
was
can get
lying.
over it.
Why
She
would she lie?
broke
Whatever
up
the hell
with
that
me,
was.
and
Wasn't
I
that
hope
her
she
voice?
finds happiness.
And had she ever called him
You
honey
know?
before? Everything about this felt
I will never
Maybe something had
ask
blended the
ill
line
will
from
into
somewhere
people
else, Mitchell
that
thought?
I loved.
It was possible. Maybe he had too much coffee? His nerves suddenly felt fried and his brain felt raw, like everything was just a shade too bright. Maybe he was coming down with a migraine? I'll talk to you later, okay, Mom? I gotta get back to work. They said their goodbyes and Mitchell stared at his screen phone for a beat. The little message that flashed call ended. When he looked up, he almost stepped back in surprise. It was just his own reflection in the mirror that caught his eye. And then something about his reflection caught his eye. He narrowed his eyes. And then something very strange happened. He thought that his reflection's eyes didn't quite narrow when his did. They moved just a tick slow, didn't they? To test this, he shut his eyes hard. Then when he popped them back open just for a millisecond, he was sure he saw his reflection's eyes still shut. He then stared intensely, directly into his own eyes that of course stared intensely right back. And he broke out with goosebumps. He felt compelled to look away. The way he was looking at himself, it felt exactly like being stared at by someone else. Like being stared at by some stranger out in the street
Oh,
or in a
thank
bar.
you.
A stranger
Thank
who
you,
made feel very
Marisol.
uncomfortable. Mitchell turned away from the mirror and shook his head.
Marisol.
He definitely must be coming down with a migraine, he thought. He went back to his
I
desk
know.
and tried to
I know I'm
ignore
a
the
good
chills now
person,
creeping up his back.
and I
No
deserve
migraine from
happiness.
that day. But later that night,
I know
when
that
he brushed his teeth and stared at his
that is
reflection
very
again,
much
he
a
didn't
thing.
like the way he was staring
I
back at himself.
just
Something
I
still
want
felt
her
off,
to be
the
happy,
movements ever so
and she
slightly
wasn't
delayed.
happy with me.
He bought his ticket to Ohio,
And that's
over the
okay.
next few weeks, his reflection continued to bother him. He'd feel a lingering sense of unease
So,
as he quickly shaved or
I haven't
washed his
been
face.
doing
He started
anything
to
for
wonder if he was
Halloween.
going crazy.
I always
He
work,
tried to chalk it up
and
to
I'm
stress at
working
work,
this
or
year.
the weird call with his mom. Maybe
I'm
he really
working
did
this
need to
year
re-examine his relationship with his
as
parents,
well,
though he knew
but
on
I'm
some
off on
level those
the
reasons weren't
I'm
it.
off
Maybe he
on
was really losing his mind, he thought.
the
Eventually,
first,
at the end of October, the email
so
came.
that'll
Check
be
into your flight.
okay.
Mitchell nearly
Yeah, I'm
forgot
working
about
on
it.
I'm
He now left a
working
voicemail at his parents'
on
home phone,
Halloween,
letting them
but
know
I'm
he'd be there the
I'm
following
off
day
on
Halloween,
Day
and
of the
he'd take Uber to
Dead,
their house.
which is
And his
exactly
mom
the
responded
holiday
with a
that I
text of,
wanted to be
"Cannot
off
wait
on,
to see you. Love you,
because I
Mitchell,"
wanted
and
to
then some heart
celebrate it.
emojis.
First time
Not the text he
celebrating
was
it,
expecting. Had she
wouldn't be
ever added emojis
half
before?
bad.
When his Uber pulled into his parents' driveway on Halloween night, Mitchell was again overcome with the feeling that something was off. There was no Halloween decorations outside his parents' house, none in or on the windows. There was still the same flower pot on the porch, under which he was sure his parents still kept a spare key, still the same paved driveway to the two-car garage, and the same home security sign planted in the front lawn. But there was no plastic jack-o'-lantern with an LED light. They'd been setting that one out for about 2 decades. No basic got-him-at-Target Halloween decorations either. No fake tombstone or some animatronic ghoul crawling out of the lawn or any other than the typical birthday stuff as Mitchell liked to think of it. Mitchell's girlfriends and coworkers and everyone else he met always found it odd that he'd been born on Halloween, like he picked the day or something. He was used to it. He didn't know anything different. His parents always gave him cake on Halloween, and when he was in grade school and junior high, they'd have an actual birthday party for him on a different day. The weekend before or the weekend after. Halloween was never a good day for kids to give up their plans and come over for a birthday party. Mitchell got his suitcase out of the Uber and tried the door. Unexpectedly, it was open. "Hey, it's me," he called. "You know, you really shouldn't leave the front door." He stopped himself. What kind of person visited their parents for the first time, over a year now, and then started off with criticism? Also, why hadn't they responded? "Hello? Mom? Dad?" When the back screen door banged and Mitchell froze, his heart started pounding. "Oh, Mitchell!" His mother's head popped into the doorway. She smiled at him broadly and came in for a hug. "Your father and I were on the deck, honey." He
Oh,
actually
lucky.
finished it
They
after all
won't
that time.
let us take a break
great,
on
Mitchell said. Little Dave that managed to drop his suitcase and
they
give his
won't
mom
let
a
us
hug.
take a break
And
on
something about
Day
it
of the
made his skin
Dead.
crawl.
Oof.
Yes, Mitchell's
Oof.
mom had never been overly affectionate,
Big
but
oof.
he also never hated receiving affection from her either. But he hated this. Come out," she said, before he could dwell on what he was feeling too much longer. "It's gorgeous out there. You'll see." He was led onto the back deck where his father was sitting in an Adirondack chair. As soon as Mitchell appeared in the doorway, his father's face spread into a big smile and he stood up. "Well, if it isn't Mitchell, at long last, come give your father a hug." As he approached, Mitchell hesitated. This was never how his father spoke. Just like with his mom, something was off. His dad was less affectionate than his mom. Mitchell struggled to remember a time when his father had hugged him, if ever. And there was something else. Mitchell's father was from Texas and had always spoken with an accent, but now the accent was so faint. No, faint wasn't the right word. His accent was gone. Again, before he could dwell on this, his father was pulling him in for a crushing hug, and when Mitchell's hand brushed against his father's, he recoiled. He was again alarmed. His father's hand was cold. Not slightly chilly like he could stand under the AC, but bone-chilling cold like a cadaver.
Mira gotta go for now. Still at work. Hope Goat has a pleasant day. It's okay. That's okay. I'm dying. That's okay, Mira. I will see you later.
I guess that was more like it. Mitchell thought, amusing himself and a bit relieved. His parents were both just as thoughtless as ever. They went to the fridge, and was surprised to see that it was well and truly stocked. An enormous amount of food. The vegetables fresh as though they'd been bought that day.
There you go.
Why was his mother suggesting
there
he
you
go out
go.
and bottle that food?
Little old shout
As he
out
thought
before
about it,
you
standing
go.
in front of the fridge, he swore he saw his shadow in the chrome raise its hand. His hand, his real hand, was lying limply at its side. "Find everything you need, honey?" His mother put the phone back in its cradle, and Mitchell startled, then nodded. He turned and put his hands on the counter. "Did Dad seem weird to you?" Mitchell started, brow furrowed. His mother was busy rearranging stuff on her desk, her back turned to him. "I mean, is he sick or something? He seemed a little distracted outside." "Don't think so," his mother replied cheerfully. Mitchell wished he could have seen her eyes when she spoke, but she was still rearranging stuff on the desk. For some reason, he knew her eyes would not look as cheerful as she sounded. They wouldn't match the rest of her, not at all. "He seems perfectly normal to me. Maybe you've just forgotten us, honey," she teased, and Mitchell had the sudden clear thought, "or maybe I don't remember you because you're not my parents." The thought felt ridiculous as soon as it occurred to him, but not entirely impossible. The thought didn't leave when they made up their minds about where to go for dinner. When his father came down and Mitchell asked, not doing any trick-or-treaters this year?" His parents both stared blankly at him like he just spoke in some other language. "Candy? You're not handing out candy to trick-or-treaters?" he added. His parents looked at each other, still silent and confused. "For Halloween? My birthday?" "Of course, your birthday, honey. That's why we're going out. Your birthday on Halloween, same as every year. Let's get going." What in the actual fuck was going on, Mitchell wondered. It wasn't like they'd forgotten it was Halloween. It was like they forgot that Halloween even existed. The restaurant they went to was packed. His parents didn't think to make reservations, so they grabbed some takeout, came back to watch a movie in the den. They turned off the lights, had some popcorn, watched the new Halloween with Jamie Lee Curtis. Mitchell found himself watching his parents watch the movie more than he actually watched the movie himself. No reactions to anything at all. So weird. Also, in addition to forgetting it was Halloween, or even what Halloween was, his parents had forgotten to get him a birthday card or gift. And they didn't even bring up the fact that they'd forgotten it. They weren't ever that thoughtless. Around 10, Mitchell said his goodnights, went upstairs to bed. "Get some sleep, sleepyhead," his mother said, giving him a smile and another hug. And when she did, his hand brushed against hers. His heart started racing again. She was ice cold, too, just like his father. And it was plenty warm in the house. He shivered, then took the stairs up to his bedroom 2 at a time. In the bathroom, he tried to use a breathing technique he'd been taught in therapy. 4 in, 4 for hold, 4 out. 4, 4, 4. There had to be a reasonable explanation for all of this, right? 4, 4, 4. Maybe his parents were both sick. Maybe he was going fucking crazy. 4, 4, 4. He opened his eyes and looked in the mirror. He had to stop himself from screaming out loud. The other Mitchell's nostrils were flaring when his weren't. It was like the other Mitchell was drawing breaths when he wasn't. Mitchell reached and moved to touch the mirror. In the reflection, his hand did not move at all. The mirror was ice cold. In his reflection, it stared back at him with a look he knew he didn't possess, a predatory look, one of menace. Mitchell turned and fled the bathroom, slamming the bathroom door behind him, staggering out into the hall. He felt dizzy. He needed to run. No, he needed to stay put. He didn't know what he needed, but something was so very wrong. You need to get your parents, he now thought. It was the clearest thought he had, the voice rising above the din of the others. He needed to tell his parents what was going on, that he probably needed medical help. He started down the stairs, then stopped. His parents had said they were going to watch a bit more TV, maybe another movie, but he didn't hear anything. He also hadn't heard his parents come upstairs. From halfway down the stairs, he peered into the living room, seeing the back of his parents' heads, the couch facing towards the TV on the wall, except the TV wasn't on. His parents were just staring at a blank fucking screen, silently, perfectly still. Mitchell's heart sank into his stomach. Those were not his parents. Whatever they were, he was now 100% certain they were not his parents. Ding dong! Trick or treat! Some kids were at the front door. Pretty late, but he was glad that they were there. Still staying halfway down the stairs on a dark staircase, he watched his parents walk over to the front door, open it to two young teens, dressed up as some kind of Walking Dead type zombies. Go away, he heard his mother flatly and coldly tell them, and do not come back here tonight, added his father in the same flat, cold tone. And instead of some sort of, well, fuck you then, from those teens, they just slowly backed away and quietly left. They were terrified. Then Mitchell's dad slowly shut and locked the door. His parents turned around, phased towards him and said, "Good to see you're up, son. I guess it's time, isn't it?" Mitchell was about to answer when a voice from behind him replied, "I guess it is." Mitchell spun around to see himself at the top of the stairs and screamed. He ran down the rest of the stairs. His parents and the other ran towards him. He managed to barely beat them to the door to the deck. He now ran outside and across the yard, chased by whatever those things were that looked like his parents, chased by whatever that thing was that looked
Sounds
like him.
bothersome.
He hopped the back
Yes,
fence, ran through
it
the
is a
courtyard,
bit bothersome.
ran out to a busier street, the one his parents lived on. There were still a few
Mirror
trick-or-treaters
people.
out. Most of the older kids, the ones dressed
Oh,
like
by the
devils
way,
and
hey,
demons and ghosts.
McChungus
The Batmans and
among
ninjas
us.
and princesses and witches were all home counting their candy. A street full of people dressed up like monsters. How fitting, while Mitchell ran for his life from what he felt like were real monsters. He crossed the street just before the light changed and bought himself a few more seconds of being
How
aware
have you
of where the fuck those
been?
things were. He saw a taxi up ahead. Hadn't taken one in years. And it was empty. Thank God it was empty. He flagged it down, jumped in, half yelling, "To the airport!" As he did so, he left his suitcase behind, but still had his wallet, car keys, cell phone. Everything else would be easy to replace. "You forget you had a flight?" the driver asked as he turned around. Once again, Mitchell was screaming. The driver's eyes were white, all white, no pupils. He had fangs. "Easy, buddy," the driver yelled. "It's Halloween." Boom, boom, boom! The other Mitchell was aggressively trying to open the door that Mitchell had just shut and locked. "Drive, drive," Mitchell yelled. "Please!" The driver was now almost as freaked out as he was. Seeing another Mitchell trying to get in, he quickly pulled away. "What the hell's going on?" the creepy vampire asked as he watched three people running after his car. "I wish I knew, truly," said Mitchell. "I just need to get away from them." And then he caught his reflection in the driver's rear view mirror, and it was, truly, his own reflection again. His phone rang with a call. His mother. He declined. Then a FaceTime. He declined again. Then a text. "Come home, honey. We need to talk to you. Your parents miss you. They're scared. They can't hold on much longer." Holy shit. His parents. What the fuck were those things doing to his parents? "They killed them," came a thought carrying a surprising amount of certainty. "Your parents are dead, and you would be too if that thing had gotten a hold of you." Mitchell had no doubt the voice was correct. He made it home that night. Several drinks on the flight kept him from completely losing his shit. He moved not long afterwards. Didn't tell his parents.
Dealing with
doppelgangers
real
were.
monster is
Now
a
anybody asks
fact
about his
of
parents, no one
life.
tells him he doesn't
Ain't
know
it
much. He tells them
though?
they're dead because they are. They must be. Calls, texts, FaceTimes continued to come in from what Mitchell began calling the others until he got a new number. His reflections remained his own ever since that disturbing Halloween night, but he worries that if he ever messes up and answers the wrong call, if he hears one of the other's voices again, hears that strange language, if the other him has returned back into the mirror, maybe some of its magic will bleed through the line again. Maybe his reflection will start to change again, and then one day it'll come through the mirror again and do God knows what to him when it replaces him in this world.
What the fuck? What in the actual hell is going on? What?
Isn't that a crazy story?
I don't. What?
Some entity, what I take from it, I've looked over a few times, something replaced his family and wanted him to. Whatever kind of weird-ass language, maybe some kind of demonic
Yeah,
language.
no,
sounded like
McChungus among us,
Yeah, through the phone,
spitting
maybe with
straight
some kind of, like, when he started to notice his
facts.
reflection was messing up.
How you been, buddy?
It's like,
Thank fucking God he didn't answer
I am
FaceTime
just
when
in
she
the middle
called.
of drawing
Like, I know
this.
that he immediately regretted it.
It's coming
in that
together
moment.
real
He thought, like, he
quickly.
would've been able to see what was going on with his mom.
But
But
I'll have this
exactly. I think it
brr
would've been
coming
a
on.
much more direct pathway. for
How's
him.
life?
I think he
How's
would've
every
seen that
little
thing,
thing?
and then he would've realized
How's,
something was wrong, and he would've gotten on a
how's
plane sooner, or I think it all
been
could've been escalated.
everything?
yeah.
You know,
Super
tell me
odd,
about
surreal,
it.
like,
Talk
all
to
the, like,
me.
weird affects and the staring at the blank.
Please.
I just, it was very visual for me,
Yeah.
and it just really creeped me out.
When you were telling that story and then you started speaking that other language without any warning, my heart went
I'm
to
getting
my stomach.
ready for
I had to interrupt and
Halloween,
kinda, like, laugh. I was like, "Hi,
with all
Halloween."
these spooky pictures. all these spooky
Damn.
pictures.
No pictures are attached to the story.
I didn't
how could
do
there
a
be?
Halloween
I wanted to find a creepy
anything
doppelganger
last
in
year.
mirror
I
image.
did
This is the
not
best I could
do
find.
any
Did you get
Halloween
of yourself?
stuff.
No, it's a
And
real
now
the
I
girl's, like, face
have
doesn't quite match, and the eyes are open,
3
and the reflection
Halloween
there.
pictures.
But just
That's
such a
pretty cool.
disturbing thought that your reflection
Pretty
would just be
neato
a tick
petito.
off, you know, where it's like
I know, just
making
like-
you feel crazy.
Really? Is that real?
Right, like the movement just seems a little bit delayed, and I would think like, do I have a fucking brain tumor? Like, what's going on?
Right.
And then I like his rationale with his parents acting off. It's like, but the mirror had been acting off. Everything.
Man.
It's like I would question my sanity. I'm like, is something going on in my brain?
Well,
like,
you're already fucking nuts.
I'm already a little on the edge, and I'm like, okay, I've tipped over.
Yeah. Well, we like to live on the edge. I know I had an aunt that died of a brain tumor, and I often like would think, in retrospect, if she knew sooner than we knew. Because for months she was like, I don't know, I just feel like a little bit off. I feel a little bit off. And I was like, what?
Shit.
Right? And then one day they found her. She'd been pulled over on the side of the road and called. I can't remember. So I was like in high school. She'd been driving the wrong way down a road,
me that,
and that was
yeah.
like. And then immediately there were like, I was like, did she have a stroke? They did the scans, and it was such a crazy situation where she had the tumor. They did surgery, something I don't remember exactly.
Yeah.
Put something in to like alleviate the pressure, maybe like a stent or whatever.
They got it out, the tumor.
I don't know if they ever got the whole thing out, and then she was fine for a couple years, and then it came back with a motherfucking vengeance and just took her out. Yeah, it was awful.
Being
Yeah.
a swordsman
'Cause you
is
think, like, oh my God,
unpleasant.
this is the
Hey,
worst thing that can happen.
I'm
Oh my God,
back.
and
Hey,
I think
Azzy.
you always kind of
Hope
know in
everything
those
was
scenarios you're
good.
living a
I
little
don't
bit on
view it
borrowed
in
time, because there's
terms of
no
good and evil.
guarantee it doesn't come back.
But
Like
at
anyone
times
who's
I
ever had
wonder.
cancer,
Yeah.
they can say they fucking got it, and you go for scan after scan. Okay, you're 5 years or whatever it is. You're cured. You're cancer free.
How have you been? How's the art going? Well,
Yeah.
I'm drawing
Yeah,
more spooky
that
stuff.
Story was crazy.
Drawing more spooky
Holy
stuff.
Hades.
I'm a big fan of Five Nights at Freddy's. 100%. Everything good at my end. Getting KFC. Oh, god damn it. God damn it.
Hey, can you FaceTime?
Yep,
Yeah, well this
You know where I
one,
am.
this
You know what I'm
wasn't,
doing.
this one
I
isn't
used
too
to think,
fucking
oh, it
real.
must be an emergency. You
Like
need
the
to tell me
last
something
one
immediately,
seems
face
to
face.
have been.
No, it's
Like the
usually
last one.
Look at this
I mean, I
fucking
can
thing,
show
it's on
you
Home Depot.
guys. It was
First
so
of all,
real.
don't
People
fucking
were
FaceTime
like,
Home Depot. No one
"Hey,
appreciates
we
it."
came in the raid. Oh dear
No one wants to hear
God."
the conversation. Take it off
Oh,
on speakerphone.
no.
Okay, Dad. Okay.
Seems like you
second
got
of all,
a.
first of all, you can
Ugh.
just text me a picture. It's
see.
weird how that technology works. Oh, parents.
Where
It's
is
also
it?
creepy
Where
just to
are
think about, like,
you?
visiting your parents. Hadn't
That's
seen them in a while,
crazy.
and you're just
I
a
don't
tick
like that
off,
it just
and they're not doing anything
disappears
wrong. You're like,
sometime
"Nah,
from
that's not
that.
them. That's not them." And if you, that would be so freaky.
It would be so scary.
Yeah.
Also, I liked at the beginning when
Yeah.
like, it sounded like something.
Yeah,
on
that
romantic
yesterday,
comedy about, like, oh, this boy, he
people were
doesn't really
saying this
like
was
to see
too
his family, so
real.
Meanwhile, I'm over here like
Like,
yeah,
this
sounds
is
great. Like, I
a
love
bit
my
too
family,
spooky.
But an over-involved family,
No thanks.
no thanks. I don't need them. I mean, I live.
I wasn't
miles
gonna
away
agree
all
or
the
disagree
time.
with
I
them.
miss them. I love them.
But I know people left immediately when they were like, "Oh my gosh, hey, how are you?" When they raided, and immediately they were like, "Oh, I guess I gotta go. Bye bye."
Are you ready now?
I got
meet,
things to
young
do.
Isabella's not so imaginary friend Emily.
This is for Haven. She said to spook her up. That looks so damn
Another real
cool.
setup story.
Yeah,
Just gonna
I
jump
had
right
hoped
into
it looked cool.
I got impressed with my crystals today.
Time now for the tale of Emily. Back in 2000,
I had hoped that looked cool. By the way, if it's too scary, please do tell me.
Our relationship was
Don't be
strong,
like,
we did
"Ah,
quite a lot
no."
together, and finally, we were in a place where we felt
That's
the time was
amazing.
right to settle down in one spot.
That's
It took a
amazing.
long time trying.
Yeah.
We've been blessed with a little girl 5 years
Hope
earlier,
Haven
and
loved
right
it.
after her fifth
Yeah,
birthday,
she
we
loves
solidly
it.
decided we needed to stop
She loves
renting,
it.
buy
She
a
also
house, and
she
build a
wasn't
family
feeling
home
good right
we felt
now.
our daughter deserved. We weren't able to qualify for much,
No,
and
you're
most of the
not
places we
making
first
people
looked at were
leave.
smaller than what we wanted. We kept looking. We were really itching to make an offer.
I was gonna
We
say,
didn't wanna end up moving
Haven's
into some
doing all
place that
right.
would end up
She's
feeling too
just
small,
she
some
hasn't been
place we
feeling
just
good
wanted to move out
lately,
of quickly again.
but she's
We
just
wanted to
hanging out
settle
in my
and stay there.
chat, just chilling out.
Eventually, our real estate agent
No,
took us to
I-
looking out for a potentially growing family and a couple of pets.
I know
around.
that
The neighborhood seemed
people
lovely, the
fucking
school
were
wasn't far away,
giving me
I couldn't believe
compliments
it.
and
We were
shit
told the
about it.
price,
They were
squeezed
like,
my
"Oh, it
husband's
looks
hand,
good."
did a little hop of excitement. Here we go.
Here we go.
No discussion was needed. We put in an offer on the spot and received a call the same night to accept.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
One of the happiest nights of my life. Before we moved in, we took a week for me and Brian to decorate. We hated the color scheme the previous owners had chosen. It was dark, made the house feel oppressive. Our daughter Isabella's room was painted a dark, deep red, made the whole room seem smaller than it was, and spooky. It was a
Spook
nightmare to
it
paint
up.
over. After a coat of
Spook
primer,
it up.
2 coats of white paint, we could still see blood-like streaks running down the walls. Took 5 coats of paint in total to hide it. Finally, we went to get Isabella from my mother's house, and we moved in.
Oh my
Isabella
gosh.
loved her new room
People want
immediately, and
to
wasted
be
no
here
time
with you
unpacking and
because
getting her
we
stuff
all
closed in
loves
order.
you.
We were all
Yeah,
buzzing with
may
joy. I
we
couldn't
all
remember the last time
live
we'd ever been this happy.
to see
After
more
the first week or
peaceful
so,
days.
it struck me that
One
Isabella had been
dislikes
spending almost
violence
all
as
of
a
her time
concept.
playing in her new bedroom.
Hi,
She'd never done
Azzy.
that
My
before.
son
She usually
loves
loved to
you.
be outside
Loves
or
it too.
under
He
my
wasn't
seat
scared
asking
by
for
it at
detailed
all.
commentary of whatever
That's-
I was happening to be doing.
That's also
But now my
because
little
he's a
shadow was
creeper.
missing. So one afternoon, I went to check on her
As
after
this
getting that rush of
podcast has
emotion that
told
only
me,
happened when a mother
there's
misses a baby.
peepers
Just
and
before I reached her
creepers,
bedroom, I heard her
and
talking.
you and your
We had
son
to.
are
Your room
gosh
was
darn
red. I don't like
creepers.
red.
You like
For a
it
split second,
creepy.
it struck me.
You
She
want
wanted
to
to hold
keep
the room.
that
It used to be
spook
red. But I gave
factor
my little
up.
shake, told myself it was just a make-believe game. Maybe she was talking about some other room.
You want to throw that spook factor to 11.
I asked as I peeked my
You're
head around
like,
the
it
corner
better
of the
be
door.
spooky or
Emily,
I'm gone.
she said very matter-of-factly. A confused look on her face as if the question was stupid to ask because the answer was so obvious. We're playing, she informed me, and then added, Emily hasn't had friends for a while and she wants to play with me.
Oh my god.
And with that, getting the feeling my daughter wanted to play alone, I went back to busy myself in the kitchen. It made sense that she would create an imaginary friend. We were living in a new house, far from our previous home, where there were some neighbor kids she sometimes used to play with, and she probably was a little lonely. And I thought nothing more of Emily until the next morning. Brian shook me awake, my morning coffee in his hand, wanting to say hello and make sure I'd woken up before he got off to work. Took the coffee gratefully, got out of bed, began to get dressed. Have you been singing old nursery rhymes with Isabella? He asked. That's a random question, I laughed. Not recently, no. Oh, just that when I went to get her this morning, she was singing Mary Had a Little Lamb. I haven't heard that one since I was a kid. I assumed you taught it to her. Thinking hard, I looked at my husband with a blank expression. No, I haven't thought about that song since I was little either. I have no idea where she learned it. I went to Isabella's room to say good morning, and sure enough, there she was, singing Mary Had a Little Lamb. Where'd you learn that song? I asked. For some reason, it was really bugging me. Emily taught it to me, she said. Emily teaches me lots of things. And then left her to her games, but
I have a
something about her
few
imaginary friend was not sitting well with me.
theories.
The next week or so went by pretty smoothly, other than Isabella constantly playing alone in her room. talking
Yeah,
about
we
Emily.
do, lol.
We
He's
thought it
10
was
and
supposed
wants
to
to
be
go to
face,
the school
and I don't
Halloween
like it.
party as a character
hardly
from
saw Isabella
Purge.
anymore, when it wasn't no time for
Jeebus!
baptized. Both Brian and I were getting a little
Old
worried.
legends
Maybe
from
she
the
was taking
north.
this Emily
Oh.
thing a bit too far. Then one Saturday, I started feeling
Oh.
really not like Emily. We kept finding little things broken around the house. Nothing too expensive. We both assumed it was Isabella. Kids are prone to accidents. Anyone who spent time around kids knows that. And when we asked Isabella about what was going on, she immediately blamed it on Emily. We told her that imaginary friends can't break anything, and then she got really upset. She said that Emily was not imaginary. She was real. And I told her that if Emily broke anything else, Isabella would be getting in trouble. And she screamed, "That's not fair!" She ran out to her room crying. I let it go at that for the night. But then shortly thereafter, an antique vase that had been passed down to the women of my family for generations lay shattered on the living room floor.
Oh no.
I was furious. I called Isabella into the room, asked if she'd done this. She told me she would never do that. She told me Emily did it. Then a strange look came across my little girl's face, and she looked at me straight in the eye and said, "Emily doesn't like you, Mommy. Emily wants you to go away." Isabella got in a lot of trouble that night. She went to bed early and in tears. By this point, I hated Emily. Adding to the stress of dealing with this new imaginary friend, the atmosphere in the house had become awful. Brian was always irritated or angry about something now. Isabella always seemed upset. I felt like I was going out of my mind. When Brian's mom offered to take Isabella on a trip for the weekend, I jumped at it. I decided while she was gone that I'd properly redecorate her bedroom, make it look really special since she loved to play in there now. Hopefully the combination of this and a trip to her grandma's would make her forget about Emily. And would all weekend lightening up her room. painting a
Oh,
mural
not
of
found
Wizard of Oz,
fond
her
of
favorite movie, on one
speaking
wall.
of
And I put
these.
up little fairy lights, got new bedding and curtains. Everything would look bright and cheerful. I was so happy with the way it turned out.
Your
I was certain this would
kids,
make Isabella
your
so
kid
happy.
is awesome.
When my
I
mother-in-law
gotta
was
say,
home,
your
they
kid
checked
is
out Isabella's
radical,
room makeover.
but
My
also,
mother-in-law thought it was
what?
fantastic, and Isabella loved it as well. I was so proud of myself.
North is a harder
Isabella went into her
place
room to play,
sometimes.
and I
Oh
talked in
yeah,
the
the
living room
North
with Brian's
is
mom.
hard.
She quickly told me the weekend was Emily free. About 20 minutes later, Brian's mom got up to leave. We headed to Isabella's room so she could say goodbye, and when I opened the door, my heart caught in my mouth. Everything I'd done had been destroyed. Lights ripped down, curtains torn. There were scribbles all over the wall. Isabella sitting in the corner crying. She was so upset, the most upset I'd ever seen her, almost hysterical, furiously promising she would never do this, that it was Emily. And for the first time, I believed her. I believed Emily was real and that she was very scary. It couldn't have been Isabella. Isabella couldn't have reached the lights that had been knocked down. And the drawings on the wall went up almost to the ceiling, far higher than Isabella could reach. My mother-in-law was freaked out as well. She didn't want to leave us alone with whatever was happening. She decided to stay for a few days. Both she and I told Isabella to tell Emily to leave her alone. Stop playing with her. Don't talk to her. Isabella told us that Emily could not go away. She said Emily told her that her mommy had hurt her in the bathtub real bad, and now she could never leave this house. Absolutely terrified now, I scanned the local paper for ads and found a medium we called to come try and give us some answers. When she arrived, I rushed through all the small talk to get her going as fast as possible. She sat in a chair in the living room and soon went into some sort of trance, like she was sleeping. And then her eyes popped open quickly, and her voice changed to a deep, inhuman, pained voice, and she told us we would have no peace at all into our house until all of the Bibles in the house were out. Such an odd request, one that scared me. But I was willing to try anything, so I had Brian fetch the only 2 Bibles we own and get them out of the house.
Yeah,
Once
his
he had
dad
them outside,
let
he
him
spoke
watch
again, still in that
when he
unnatural
was
voice. "There's
there.
another," the voice said, "and your
The
daughter's
longer I
home.
exist,
Get
the
it out."
more I
I
hear
ran into
these
Isabella's room with
crazy
Brian by my
things.
side. "Get it
Oh
out,
yeah.
Get it out! Get it out!" The voice kept
The
repeating
more you
louder and
exist, the
louder.
more you
You know
hear
what?
these crazy
There was no Bible on
things.
Isabella's bookshelf. We started to look everywhere, tearing the room
It's
apart.
just fun
Then
little
there, wrapped
ghost
up in Isabella's
stories.
comforter, we found a
It's
third
just
Bible,
fun
one
little
I'd never
ghost
seen before.
stories.
Too tired and distressed to even question where it came from, we quickly took it out of the house as well. We ran back inside, and all was quiet. And then the medium was struggling to get to her feet, herself again now. We asked her about the Bible. She claimed to have no memory of anything she'd said, but she found the Bible request very troubling. She told us Bibles are used for protection. She sat with us for a couple of hours to make sure the house was quiet. She claimed to no longer feel the presence of anything. She gave us her card with her number on it just in case we needed to call her back. When she left, while we were all trying to calm down a little in the living room, my mother-in-law offered to give Isabella a bubble bath and get her ready for a slumber party in the guest room with her. I found out shortly after Isabella's bubble bath that the medium had definitely not gotten Emily out of the house. To this day, every time I think of what Isabella said to me that night, my whole body gets goosebumps, and I feel fear to my very core. While my mother-in-law was washing Isabella's hair, she asked if it was okay to go out the window. My mother-in-law, confused, told her, "No, sweetie, we use doors to go outside." "No," said Isabella, shaking her head. "My bedroom window. Emily said it's okay for me to go out the window. She said she'll catch me, and then I can play with her forever." As soon as Brian's mom told us about the conversation, Brian ran upstairs, set to work nailing the window shut on the second floor. I was feeling absolute despair now, freaking out. Our new house was a nightmare. I didn't know how much more I could take. Later that night, I managed to drift off to sleep after a lot of tossing and turning. All the stress I was feeling was keeping me awake, and then it finally gave in.
If I
to
had a
exhaustion.
mic, I'd
I would
tell
not get any
one
deep
to
slumber that
y'all.
night. I
Ooh.
was about to get the worst awakening of my life. I suddenly woke up.
Yeah,
gasping for air.
ooh,
My
a
eyes blinking,
good
trying to
old
focus on what was
ghost
right in front of
story.
me. I could feel
Ooh.
tears streaming down my
Guys,
face, hands
you
around my
love a
throat.
good
It was
old
Brian.
ghost story.
My husband was on top of me, choking me. I struggled, fought. I was so scared. He was so much stronger than me. Luckily, before passing out, I was able to break free from his grip, struggled to my feet and run, barely. I was so lightheaded. Brian silently followed, never saying a word as I raced down the stairs, hearing his heavy footsteps behind me. I'd never been so afraid in my life. I ran out the front door, straight out into the middle of the street. I stood there, bracing myself, shivering in just my nightdress, watching the front door, waiting for Brian to come racing out. He finally, slowly stumbled out, like someone sleepwalking. I walked back up to the front porch where he staggered, dazed, confused. I woke him. He claimed to have no idea how he'd gotten outside. He told me he had no idea that he choked me, and I believe him. I told him to go get in the car, and I ran inside and scooped up Isabella in a blanket. Brian's mom must have heard our struggle, was already up and ready to go. I bundled everyone into the car. We drove to my mother-in-law's house where we'd stay until we could sell that house and move. And Emily, thank God, did not follow us. None of us ever stepped foot in that house again. Brian worked with a real estate agent to get all of our stuff out and get the place sold. It's been years now, and he still feels bad about selling it. He says that the only major regret he has in life is not having enough money for us to be able to buy a new house without having to sell that one. He wishes he could have had the house torn down so that no one else could ever live in it. Luckily, Isabella now barely remembers anything about the house and never mentions Emily. I hope
Love the
Emily
spoopy
has
stories.
forgotten
Oh
about her
yeah.
as well.
Damn. That's a good mom. She got the fuck out right away. See what happens when the women are in charge? We just, boom, we're out. We're out. Damn. That window thing? Like, jump out the window and I'll catch you? Oh, that's so terrifying.
Oh my god. Yeah, this thing wants to fucking kill your kid.
That's so scary. I was so nervous when you said the bubble bath. I thought something...
You're gonna drown it?
Yes, I thought something very tragic was about to happen. But since you didn't give a trigger warning, I felt like it was probably gonna be okay.
Could not find any pictures or stories that were not associated with it being told in the Sci-Fi Channel's Paranormal Witness back in 2011.
Okay.
I didn't want to use one of their dramatic reenactment shots.
Yeah.
This pic, I just found a creepy ass little girl Halloween decoration. Trying to find creepy girls.
Yee.
I know this is a Halloween. This fucking. Usually I don't care about Halloween directions or decorations. Joe, can you zoom in on this?
No way.
It is so fucking creepy.
I'm not looking.
That's a good job. That
is-
looks like a custom piece.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Oh, yeah.
Why'd I do that?
Ugh.
Woo.
Ugh. You
I
don't want to see that.
on someone's porch.
Put it over? God bless. Joe, get rid of it.
If I was a little kid, I might just be like, no, I'm gonna skip that.
Get rid of the full-size candy
I
bars
know.
there.
If that house had the full-size candy bars and maybe like a soda, I'd be so torn.
And a soda.
There was one house that gave sodas when I went to when I was a kid. The Bagleys, Ross and Maryland.
That's a great idea.
And they lived next to the cemetery. So it was a special trip. You had to walk up the cemetery road. If you made it, because they even told me, Marilyn Bagley, a lot of kids hated her. I liked her because I tried in school. And so she loved me.
She's a teacher?
She's a teacher. They were both teachers. And they would reward you with a full-size candy bar and soda for making the journey.
Oh, that's so cute.
So
That's so
it
cute.
felt like a real accomplishment.
Did you have anybody in your neighborhood that gave out money?
No.
Oh my God. There was always like this one house that would, what they give, just like dollar bills? I can't remember, but it just felt so exciting.
Yeah, that'd been awesome to get money.
Yeah. I was just a buck.
But still,
but it
at a
felt
certain age, I'm like, fuck yeah, I got $1.
I know.
I go to the store and buy whatever candy bar I want. And that was when candy bars, at least when I was a kid, 50 cents a bar, 45 cents a bar.
Yeah. Usually a Hershey's bar, 2 for $1.
Ooh,
I remember those days.
I could have gotten 2 Almond Joys for that dollar,
Oh.
full size.
Okay, I was always, and to this day, go for like the gooey things, the chewy things. So it was like,
yeah.
I would get a bit of honeys, I would get
Oh my
dogs, I would get
gosh.
now and later, Mambas,
Delicious.
like anything like that.
Back to
Fried
Lark
chickens.
food will be here soon.
I was out lemon heads.
I was out with chewy stuff. I remember
KFC.
in grade school.
With
Yeah.
the kernel.
My molar just went
Mm.
Well, yeah, that's
Oh
what I
man,
noticed.
that
At
would be a
least 2
great.
pounds.
And then
I
after
could
that,
do
that
the
freaked me out.
kernel.
And then-
What?
and then
I
now
mean,
that you just get
I
stuck
could
with cheese,
dress
I
up
hate
as the
it. I
kernel.
have no interest in like caramel.
I'm not
Just
into
stay
old
there.
men.
Milk duds are what you use to get
I'm
out
not into
of these
old
two.
men,
They
okay,
just aren't
guys?
pulled out. You just
Yeah.
I could
Okay.
dress up
Okay.
as the Colonel.
Well,
It
those were
would be very
great
fun.
stories.
Okay.
Those were great.
That would be
I'm glad
exciting.
that, our first and 2 Halloween ones gonna be a little spooky.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Emily. I'm gonna have to
Oh,
look in my
yeah.
Emily. Make
All
she's
right.
real.
Give a big old thumbs
What are you
up.
doing, Em?
This animatronic
Oh,
boy.
man. No
This
wonder you were
animatronic
a little sleepy last
robot
night.
boy.
I did. I will say, full disclosure. I was
You know
working
what?
on polishing kind of
People
like
don't
this
know
episode of
that
the
it's a
next one last
boy,
night.
so I mean, I might have to add a little bit.
little over an hour of just
Yeah.
putting the final.
I can't
kind
even
of
finish
polished
that
pads,
joke.
like, say on
That
'em.
joke was so
I did
bad.
have to take a little break from the music.
Thanks for
'Cause it was,
clarifying
like,
that.
intense music, like horror movie music, and I'm like keeping in the dark, just with my laptop.
I could
and all
dress
these sorts
up
of
as
lights.
Colonel
And I'm like,
Sanders.
okay, and working on these stories. I'm
KFC
like,
man.
I had to go get a quick snack. Got a Halloween Oreo.
I love that people keep bringing up the story that
And Halloween Oreos.
he
I know,
basically
when you were a kid,
stole
she opened up the cabinet, she's like, oh, orange Oreo.
the recipe from someone.
'Cause I
Like
to
he
buy
gave
the new
money
organic
for this
gluten-free ones
original
that you
home
guys-
style recipe,
You love that.
which is a load of
Frequently, you
crock.
guys know the damn
He
difference.
paid
You're
for
like,
that.
"Oh, you're so good."
Yes, it became an international
But the Oreo ones
success.
are special.
It's special.
I
But
like
so the
the
fuck
Pop Rocks
what?
that have
He
the,
fucking paid
the
for it.
Pop Rocks.
Like,
Yeah, I'm more of a traditional Oreo person. I don't want the Pop Rocks in them.
I like a double stuff as well.
Not too much cream. For
I
me.
mean,
I know,
you
vanilla,
you
I
can
like it.
still be
Because what you do
mad,
is you like take the top off and you scoop out half the cream.
but for
It's
what
like
reason?
open
I don't know.
Oreos.
the ratio's not right for me.
Oh dear.
Maybe
We have a whole.
instead of being mad, find the family of that original
I
recipe
like the crunch.
Yes,
and
exactly. Things you like crunchy.
go give
So
them
when you got up,
money.
did you notice that
It's
the
as simple as
refrigerator had, like,
that.
some breathing coming from behind?
Oh God, no.
Nothing happened
I would
with
Just
it?
go
I would
give
have
them
to
money.
turn on the lights
It's
at that
okay.
point. No.
I love that.
Don't get
last
mad
night
at KFC
that
for
you didn't say
being
anything when we were both
successful
looking at the
and being a
table,
good business.
that I brought out a bunch of crystals. I knew that you must have been
Be
in a
mad
particular
that
state
they don't
because there
get
was
enough
no
money.
mention about like what the fuck is that about? What are you doing? There was
I
no
stand
eye
by
roll, there
my
was
dance
nothing. I had
macabre
a smoky
thing
quartz,
from the other day. Okay.
And
All right.
crystal quartz,
I've given up.
big one that I keep by the front door.
I'm just trying to be nice about it now. I've given up.
Whenever you say
it?
dance of the
I
macabre,
don't think about them in terms of protection.
I
But,
keep
like, if it makes you feel
thinking
better,
of
fine.
Dance Magic Dance. I know that's not what you're saying,
Did you
I
notice the
know
witching
that
ball
for a
hanging by
fact.
the front door?
Nope.
but my
great.
brain
The plan is
just
working.
goes to Dance Magic
I've snuck
Dance.
protection all over the house without you even noticing.
Yeah, there's just so many.
But no, the Day of the Dead dance, the Day of the Dead
Yeah, it does,
celebration.
Thank you.
I think they look good. They look so good that I'm probably not going to change it till Christmas. I'm not going to change that picture until I get the bar. Like, if I get the bar early, done early, I'd fucking change it. But it's fine. I love it. So dance, fuck a dance. Dance, magic dance. You know, I didn't actually see that full movie till I was in my 20s.
And you said you wanted an announcement.
People told me about that movie was like, it's crazy. That movie's so good, but also it's fucking nightmare fuel.
Being such a big horror podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay,
and it's so
cool.
exciting and it's so great. And part of like what has gotten us there is ratings and reviews on iTunes. And we're just, I don't know. I know a lot of shows do like.
And I never,
hammer it hard, like,
never
ratings, reviews,
went
and
to
I don't know,
watch
we
it.
always feel so weird about
And
that.
until I was old enough, till I was about 20, I was like, man, this would have made no sense to me as a kid. Because I remember it came on TV, I just didn't watch it. I was just like, no, I'm playing Power Rangers. No, I'm playing Ninja Turtles. No, I'm not. I'm doodling.
Yeah, it still is, whether we like it or not.
It is crazy
like,
and
regardless of
amazing
what
at
you
the
think
same
of
time.
the
Oh
Toy
yeah,
Dancer, and you're like,
that's a
but
real.
if you happen
That's
to
a
be
real
on
head
iTunes
trip.
and you have a few spare moments, just a 5-star review.
Has a wonderful fucking.
Just say like, get the fuck out of here, whatever. You know, it doesn't.
It has a wonderful soundtrack with a wonderful cast.
But we
of
just really
puppets.
appreciate it. We'll try not to hit that drum too hard, but it does. Really
It has a
help, and
wonderful
as, like,
cast
time
of
goes
puppets.
on and things shift and change, and we're back to a more consistently normal world. Like, it would hopefully give us the
Every other
ability to
character
then track
except
where we have a
for
lot of
what's his
downloads and maybe
face?
do a live show, and,
They're okay.
you know, we are hoping
Except
to
for
expand our studio,
you know
so
his
it all
name.
helps, and
He's a
we can
famous
utilize that piece of the
songwriter.
puzzle to help grow the show,
You know
to
his
help
name.
with sponsors to help make it a better show for you guys.
Absolutely.
I literally
Good for you.
didn't just forget it right now.
Thank you. Okay.
David
Are
Bowie.
you ready?
Yeah, I
Okay.
didn't just
play a little
literally
Okay,
forget
it's not scary at all.
David
Okay, I'm gonna
Bowie's
say
name.
One word to you, 'cause when I
while
read the
explaining
title
a
of this
movie.
story, I was like,
Yeah.
wait, what? Okay, so there's a
What's
reason behind it. I'm gonna say
what's the
one word
scariest
to you,
thing
and I
I'll
want you to tell
have
me
ever
immediately, like,
seen?
the first thought that you have
Well,
when this movie
I've
ends.
seen
Okay?
my
Okay.
parents
Tell me.
accidentally naked.
Something
That
that's
was truly
like a
horrifying.
cult, something you're not supposed to do.
Oh, interesting.
I have
My
never
mind immediately
recovered.
Went to something sexual. Like,
God,
I was
that's
like, oh,
horrifying.
Okay, well, but you are spot on. Annoyingly, God, I hate how smart you are.
I've
The definition of taboo, when
seen
you
the
look it up,
face
and
of a
the first
man
definition is a social
dead.
or religious custom
That was
prohibiting or
horrifying.
forbidding discussion of a particular practice
I
or
watched-
forbidding association with a particular person.
I was
place,
there
or
when
thing.
my grandmother
That all
died.
makes sense because
Yeah.
as
My
I was
great-grandmother
scrolling through
died.
stories,
That was
the name of
horrifying.
this was the taboo, and I thought like, oh, we had
He's
that
so
story a while
famous.
ago,
He
a
need
while
no
ago
introduction.
now about
Literally,
man,
the
these, like,
the
two
way I
guys,
remember
and they
David
bought
Bowie
some, like,
is
house in the middle of
literally
nowhere, and
from
they did it, and
Flight
there
of the
was,
Conchords
oh god, they had like a
song,
room that was painted
Bowie
red,
in
and there was,
Space.
like, orgies would happen out there, and then there was a story of, like, a
Bowie
young
in
couple.
space.
The house was like vacated for whatever reason, and and then they went and camped out
But
there.
we
and then they were
in
hooking up,
space.
and then they saw something, and it was like a whole weird, like kinky.
Yeah,
And I was
yeah.
like, oh, that's fun. Like,
Like,
let's revisit that.
that's how I
That is
remember that.
1000% what is not.
That's the
Not even
scariest
close,
thing
not even
that
close.
I
And while
like,
we rarely give them, I
true
would like to give
fear.
a small trigger warning here.
True
there is a heavy suicide
fear.
thing, so if that is something that you should avoid, please take care while listening. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I live in
Okay.
Tornado
Taboo.
Valley.
Hello, King and Queen of the Suck. I'm a huge fan of horror in general.
So
and your show
I
in
don't want to
particular.
make a
Thanks for
shitty
keeping your show
response to
unfiltered
that.
and minimally edited.
I
find
live
it
in
really
Tornado
niche and
Valley.
refreshing amongst the deluge of other horror podcasts available right now.
Yes.
Listening to a married couple picking on each other between stories. is an excellent
We
palate
get
cleanser before the next
tornado.
fight. Keep it spooky.
We haven't gotten one
In the
recently, but that doesn't mean that it
mid-2000s,
won't
I attended a
happen.
small college in
And it
northern
normally
New
happens
Mexico,
at this
which has
time,
since been absorbed by a larger university system.
especially
When I
with
say that the college is
rapid
small, I'm referring
weather
to the student
change.
population. Only a few hundred.
Normally
and
there's
not
a
to the
Yamaha,
campus itself, which loomed large as a dreary reminder of the school's
right there,
prosperous heyday.
but I'm not.
Attending a school on the
No
brink of
one,
bankruptcy
no one
had
actually
many
knows
obvious
trombone
disadvantages in terms of
companies.
resources. We were not blessed with modern equipment, palatable cafeteria food, or school-sanctioned functions, but our unsanctioned functions were not to be missed. The vast expanse of unmonitored campus grounds and unused buildings made our college a breeding ground for spontaneous parties.
Ground
By the end
control
of
to
my
Married
freshman
Your
year,
Tom.
I must have
Yep.
taken part in some salacious activity or other.
I've seen
in
my
every
mom
nook
die,
of abandoned ground
and
on that
I've
campus.
also seen a bloated
Except
dead
one.
body explode.
St. Paul's
Not a
dormitory
fun
stood
time.
on the
Yeah,
western
that's
edge of
fucking
campus grounds.
horrifying.
It was the only
I've
one of
seen-
4 student housing buildings
I've
no
seen
longer in use. Officially,
people
St. Paul's
die.
had been
I've
decommissioned
seen the
when
last
student population fell
images
below
of them
1,000 to condense residents
ending,
closer together
and then
make
also
the school feel
4chan
less
sometimes.
Unofficially,
Sometimes
the
they'll
building was haunted.
accidentally just
Rumor
let a
held that
picture
in the
stay up
spring
for too
semester of
long,
1997,
and
3 students and
they
a
call
teacher
it the wrecked
inexplicably committed
shit,
suicide by hanging
and that's
within a
fucking
2-week
disgusting.
period.
Jesus.
The last
People
victims,
fucking
it
do
was
it
said,
all the
happened
goddamn
in the
time, and they think
recreation
it's
room
goddamn
during a
hilarious.
large gathering, prompting all in attendance to flee the building and never return. Standing in front of St. Paul's,
May you
one
never see
Halloween
that
night with my
again.
2 best friends,
Yeah.
I felt a shiver of
Never see
anticipation
that.
travel down my
Hey.
spine. The sight before us should have been mundane, even slightly
I hope.
beautiful. A simple brick facade outlined by the desert and setting
Hope I
sun.
never see it again.
Yet something felt off about the building. Nothing concrete, mind you, just off. I always wanted to
Concrete about
I always
it.
wanted to abandon the whole adventure, but being the only male in a female friend group, I didn't think I could be the one to chicken out first. You still want to do this? I asked, looking to the left to Amanda. She was my age, a solidly built lacrosse player with a fuck it attitude. Of course, she smirked, sparing me a side glance. Why, you getting scared? How about you, Monica? I turned to my other friend, avoiding Amanda's question. Monica's answer, which I would not try to write verbatim, even if I could remember it, essentially boiled down to a yes. Monica liked to talk. A lot. It was her defining characteristic. A short woman with beautiful brown eyes and generous curves in all the right places, Monica would routinely offer an hour of mindless chatter to anyone who asked, "What should we do for dinner?" I feel akin to Monica. I never really minded her talking, though. She was kind-hearted, easygoing, and hey, did I mention her curves? On a previous foray to the supposedly haunted building, we had discovered an unlocked ground-level window, so it didn't take long for the 3 of us to find our way to the main entrance of the building. Being of adventurous spirit, or possibly just stupid, we planned to maximize our time by splitting up and searching the dorm individually. Monica ascended to the upper level, Amanda continued on the first floor, and, wanting to show off for the ladies, I volunteered to check out the basement. After all, don't the scariest happenings always occur in the basement? At the landing, I turned left and walked to the end of the hall, beginning my exploration with the door furthest from the stairs. Shaking slightly, I positioned the flashlight for maximum visibility, and with my other hand, slowly turned the handle. The door slid noiselessly on its hinges, revealing nothing. Or rather, nothing of interest. The basement was, as it turned out, garden-level housing. Windows were merely hidden from the outside by overgrowth. Miscellaneous equipment filled much of the room. It appeared St. Paul's was being used as a storage space for the college. Disappointed, but slightly relieved,
certainly don't plan to. Do you mind if I light some incense for them? Yeah, totally.
Curiously, however, I noticed that some rooms still retain traces of their
great grandmother
dresser drawers were
would
filled
punch
with
you
neatly
anyway.
folded clothes of the
Great grandma was a wonderful woman who had a wonderful right hook.
Or more hauntingly,
Great grandma also punched my dad in his face while I was when I was 4. When he told her that she needed to take her medicine, she popped him right in the fucking face. Even when she was old and in the home, she did not give a rat's ass how old he thought he was. That was my great grandmother.
And I ran all the faster to meet her on the second floor.
My grandmother, my other grandma.
On either side, through the thick dust that had settled all about.
Oh yeah, my great grandmother punching my dad in the face. Yeah.
A television set, couches, a ping pong table, and a pinball machine. 2 tables had been set up in the back as if to facilitate a buffet line. It was the rec room, and in the middle of it,
great grandma was always a lovely person.
On the body of a short woman with beautiful brown eyes. In those days, cell phones were still not as commonplace as they are today, but I was fortunate enough to have one.
She was a wonderful lady who loved everyone.
For Monica to make a full recovery at the hospital. Physically, she was fine.
She would feed you if you were hungry or starving.
A vibrant person vying for class valedictorian, Monica.
But if you ever fucking talked down to her kids, or her grandkids, or her great grandkids, you were about to get a fucking fist to the goddamn face. She loved throwing punches because she knew no one could do anything about it.
I transferred out of state.
She loved it. I understood where she was coming from. She was about like 80 something. She didn't give a fuck. What are you gonna do? Punch an old lady? Oh, a big man punching an old lady.
Reuniting with a mutual friend online, I learned that she had
real big man right there.
Massachusetts. It was weird.
She knew what she was doing. She didn't give a shit.
Weird not seeing me there. Seeing me where? I asked.
And then my great grandmother, she's very sweet. She was very sweet.
No, I would have reached out.
She
I mean, naturally, I thought you knew.
She wasn't as high strung. She was just real bad with her money is all.
In the facility. My eyes lost focus. I slammed my
Other than that, she was real nice.
And collapsed back on the bed. Was this real? Had I just read that?
She always had a nice thing to say to me.
To my friend's message. After confirming it wasn't a joke and receiving many more apologies,
I was about 22 when she passed away. And we saw her almost every week. I went to her house.
The entire time.
And I gotta say, I feel nothing about losing that house. I didn't care about losing that house.
In her sleep. And apparently, she has night terrors. They started slowly, and now she wakes up screaming almost every night. It was a few weeks later that I started having the dreams.
But
in my sleep, I wake up on the garden level of St. Paul's.
Wouldn't mind if she was here.
I visited before I saw the shadow in my periphery. I'm in bed. My eyes are closed. Suddenly, an icy finger touches my lips and I awaken, still dreaming to Monica hovering over me. At least, I think it's Monica. Whereas Monica's skin was chestnut, this woman is starkly pale, almost blue. Whereas Monica's eyes were brown and full of life, this woman's eyes are a dull gray. Shh, she hisses, before standing up and motioning for me to follow her. I do as I'm bidden, walking blindly into the hallway. As she turns toward the stairs, she presses her fingers to her lips again. Shh, she says. The first floor of St. Paul's is no longer a grand foyer leading up to a second flight of stairs. It's the beginning of a maze that I traverse in my nightmares, following the pale Monica as she expertly guides me, always 5 or 6 feet ahead of me. As she turns the corner, she turns profile to me. I stop when she does. Shh, she hisses again before continuing. I do not have these nightmares every night, but every time I begin again on the garden level of St. Paul's. The first night, we only made it to the top of the stairs, the entrance of the maze.
Yeah.
Each time I have the dream, she leads me a little further. always I know when the dream is going to end. She suddenly stops, and rather than staring profile, she turns to face me
Anthony,
head-on.
how are
Suddenly, her proportions
you?
become distorted, and she's no longer a pale Monica. but
My
a creature
goodness.
whose arms and legs are too
A
long for her body.
raid.
Her fingers become tentacles, her jaw stretches too low for her face, and her pale eyes become
Hope
black.
everybody's
In
doing
a deafeningly
good.
loud whisper, she screeches, "Don't tell." Exactly what it is I'm not supposed to be telling, I have
How's
no
everything?
idea. I've told this exact story to many
We're just
people,
listening
and nothing
to
bad has come of
scary
it.
stories.
Somehow, I feel that there's a secret I have been yet
Oh,
to be
thank
shown. Something lies
you.
at the end of that labyrinth.
Thank you,
Something that,
Raiders.
if
I am
social
an
media rumors
artist.
hold true, has
Pleasure
recently caused
to
Amanda to
meet
also
you
take her
all.
own
Pleasure
life.
to see you
I have
all.
one clue to the meaning of these dreams.
I'm just
My
doing
older
some
sister does missionary work
spooky
across the world.
Five Nights
Upon
at
hearing of these dreams,
Freddy's.
she recounted a
Just
tale
making
she
my
once heard from a woman in rural
my
China
silly
of a
little
curse
goat
that,
man
in English,
chimera
essentially
into
translates to
a
the taboo.
Five Nights at Freddy's
According to my sister,
animatronic.
it is a curse that
Thought it would be
ensures
fun,
a secret remains
and it has
hidden
been.
from the world. If a
Oh
person
my
comes
gosh,
too close to
Willow!
discovering a secret protected by the taboo,
Hot
they become
dang!
infected. If the infected person says
Oh
a
my
key word or
goodness!
phrase
Another
relating to the secret,
raid!
they are overtaken by a demon or spirit that causes their death.
Thank you
What
guys
did
so
Monica see that night
much.
that caused her to scream out loud enough for me to
2
hear
raids
her
in a row?
too
Hell
close to
yes!
What did Amanda and
Oh
I
my
see that caused us to
gosh.
be infected by
I
the
cannot
taboo?
pass this
In
gate
fact, that
until
is
I
what
know
occurred
people can
experiencing
trust each
through
other.
other things. Other
Welcome,
things that I think
Raiders!
St. Paul's at night,
Nice.
things which I've omitted from this tale on
Nice.
suspicion that they could relate to the curse. Were those things important?
Woo!
I fear I will never know. until the dream has ended.
Yeah.
It's coming nearer.
Yeah,
the end of that
Willow.
maze. Now
What
that
do you
Amanda
think,
has
Willow?
passed, I can feel it. The nightmares are getting more frequent, and I've begun to wake up.
All the
screaming.
Raiders to go.
That's a good story.
Yeah.
Up story.
Yeah. It is free real
Full
estate.
body chills.
But that's a great like.
It
horror film.
is.
I know. I know, and I didn't
Thank
have,
you guys so much for the raid.
guts
I do
to
appreciate
look
it.
up
You
the
guys
taboo,
don't have to
what
stay,
this
by the way.
curse
Oh,
could be,
thank you,
this
guys.
Chinese
Thank
folklore. So I was like,
you.
oh, that's a damn thing. If he wants to
Thank you
investigate
guys for the
that,
follows.
have at it, buddy. You can sit in
Everybody,
the dark
really,
and put on your
thank you
spooky
so
music and
much.
dig
You
around the
didn't
interwebs.
have to do that. That was
that's a
very
creepy-
sweet of you.
Yeah, I'm really liking this episode. For like,
Heck, it
heavy
looks
on the- heavy on
amazing.
the creeps.
How are you? I'm doing wonderful.
I mean, sometimes
It's
I also
amazing.
love
It's
the,
amazing.
episodes where we do stories
Can't
that
wait
are
to
more
see you
about,
in
like,
6
Oh,
hours.
what do we haven't talked about this
Oh,
in a little bit,
goodness.
few weeks, but like they're not scary, but
No
they just kind of
shade.
substantiate
No
the possibility
shade.
of
Not
things being
yet.
out there.
I have
It's
not
like about
started on the
witnesses,
shade. I
necessarily,
did.
like, murder or anything, but it
I
just
was
seems
doing
like,
all the line work,
you know,
getting it
some are
done.
going to seem naturally just more realistic than others.
Right, well, sometimes
so
it's
that I
like
can
almost
have
like
all this
fact-finding.
done.
Yeah.
We were
So,
just
for better
chilling
terms,
out
where it's
here
like, well, this
and all
happened
that.
To these 6 people, they all
Right.
saw it, you know. And,
But
and
yes,
nothing-
I have
maybe
a
nothing
trombone
terrible
because
happened,
I
but
play the
man, it
trombone.
feels like a body of evidence.
It's
Yes,
an
it makes all the
instrument
other stories seem more
I
possible.
still
Absolutely.
have
And then
from
we
high
some that are, you know,
school,
like, more
and
scary,
I
less
can still
traditional
play it.
scary, as
I
far
just
as, like,
need,
alien appearances,
I
they'll
just
scare you,
need,
but not necessarily everybody.
Sans
Mysterious
dog
appearances, and I like
that
all of
seems
that.
to always get
Mysterious
irate when I play it.
Ooh,
But other than that,
this is a very fun, I think, like traditional horror. Yeah, I thought that was a good choice for a Halloween episode.
thank you.
These all feel like so far the 3 stories to me all feel like they could be horror movies or parts of horror movies in the best way.
Yeah, this story, the author asked to remain anonymous and as such, but I just keep thinking like, are you
yeah, I
okay?
play the trombone.
And, I mean,
Yeah,
because
Pogue.
it feels like
That's rad. Yeah. No, I played the trombone. I played it from high school, and you know, I still know how to play it. I should really practice sometime. I also bought an archery set, so I need to start doing that.
Weed gummies.
Knock yourself out.
Knock yourself out. Well, sometimes I feel guilty with. I was just.
That would be
thinking about,
fun.
like,
Doing an
kids
archery,
listening, I'm all, like,
doing an
cussing
archery
talking
stream.
about drugs.
Just everybody
I
coming
don't.
in,
I
watching,
don't.
watching as I practice archery. That'd be fun.
I mean, that is how we're raising our kids.
That'd be a fun little stream.
So there's that.
Listen, drugs are bad. A lot
Only
of
thing
times.
I can
Sometimes
play
super
is
fun.
Calambo, Calamby, and I'm
Right.
not very
The right
good.
people, get the right right
The
drugs.
only thing I know to
Anyways.
play.
You
Yeah.
can talk about that in stand-up.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I do have just a very little story because, like I said, I knew that
Well, thank you guys so much. I do appreciate it. Thank you guys
Yeah.
for the
Your
follow,
favorite?
by
Yeah,
the
I thought
way.
seat was sliding out
It's
from the back.
really
That's weird. I thought that
helpful.
earlier, too.
It's
That's
amazing.
now, just the way I-
Thank you
Okay,
guys.
all
I do
right.
really
Well, I just
appreciate
thought that
it.
this would be
You guys are
I mean,
awesome.
it
You
is
guys are
scary. Just a
all
brief little
stupendous.
post
And also,
trick-or-treating
it's
story.
real
Okay?
late, you
Okay, so
guys. It's
you
real
can
late for
unclench,
everybody.
Take a deep breath, and here we go.
Is
My
Vizio
younger sister,
Vizio
11,
games?
at the
Ah,
time of this
yes.
story,
All
is
I play
scared
is
of
Vizio
everything.
games.
Darkness,
Do you know
scary movies,
your
windows at
dominant
nighttime,
hand
her own
with a
shadow,
bow? Yeah.
You name it, she's
I know my
scared of it.
dominant hand.
We often got in trouble for telling her
Yes,
spooky
sir, I
stories
do.
to get a reaction out of her. That night, trick-or-treating was over. We had just come in from a bonfire.
But yes,
with
we're
friends and
listening
family
to
get
Spooky
ready for bed.
Tales.
Sleeping
We're
in the
enjoying
living room where the TV
ourselves.
was always a
Thank you
fun
guys
reward
for
that we got
coming
to do on the
in.
weekends
You
when we were
guys are
growing up.
amazing and
My sister
stupendous.
always
I
refused
really
the
want to
couch
say that.
closest to the window
Is that you
because it
guys
freaked
are
her out,
really
so I'd rather
amazing.
sleep on the opposite side of the living
You
room.
guys are
Both of the
nothing
couches
but
had a direct
stupendous
view
and
into our
amazing,
dining room,
and
where a
you
small glass
you make my day
chandelier hung
brighter
over the
and
table.
better.
We were still
with
on
your
some kind of a
presence
sugar high, so we
alone.
watched cartoons and talked quietly for about an hour until we both grew quiet. As I lay there
Yeah,
watching
get
whatever
some
show was lighting
sleep.
up the living room, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye
Yeah.
in the dining room.
I will in a
thought,
bit.
at first,
Yes.
the TV light was reflecting in the chandelier. I turned my head to look, and there was a man, one foot in the chair, the other on the table, messing with the
But
chandelier.
I will be
Based on the fact that I
about
could
to
see
be done
straight
with the
through his
line
torso,
work here.
I knew instantly he wasn't actually there. He fidgeted with the chandelier for a moment, and then he was gone. I glanced at my sister on the other couch, where she laid facing straight up at the ceiling. I remember in the moment I thought she'd already fallen asleep. I rolled over, covered myself all the way, and squeezed my eyes shut. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning, the daylight outside felt like a safety blanket, and honestly, I thought maybe I'd dreamt seeing the man. At breakfast, I told my sister that I had seen something spooky. My mom turned the corner, ready to reprimand me for trying to scare her again, when my sister quietly said,
I can confidently say that my Inktober drawing from today is my favorite so far. I spelled video game wrong. I thought you were making joke. I thought you were making very funny joke. Floofy recommended I should draw some arson, and it really fueled my flame. Yes. Anton 47 Tony, I gotta head out already. I'll lurk. Enjoy the stream. Yes. Yes. Enjoy the lurk. Thank you, Anton 47 Tony. I do appreciate it, Anton 47 Tony. Thank you so much for the wonderful raid. You're amazing and spectacular, and you already know it. Thank you so much, Willow. And thank you so much, Floofy Snow. Get some rest.
Yeah.
Gosh darn, it's late.
No, and it,
Get some gosh darn rest.
About, I'm sure it's a reflection
Oh my
of
gosh.
who he was in life.
I'm gonna finish the. I'm gonna try to finish this line art, and then I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna try to finish this line art.
I would
If
love a ghost that like replaced light bulbs. Or it's just like dust in places.
Oh man,
Like
that's,
Casper.
oh,
Yeah, Casper the Friendly Ghost.
that'd be so great.
That'd be great.
What was her name? Nina, Christina Ricci.
Oh yeah, from the movie, yeah.
I almost said Nina Ricci, who was the fashion.
oh, it's been going great. It's been going
actually, she might be closer from the TV
stupendous.
Fair enough.
It's been going
yeah.
stupendous.
Oh,
A
man. I wanted to
Yami
be
Wilson.
Christina Ricci. I loved her
It's
so
been
much.
going
Yeah.
stupendous.
It's like
Fearless.
Okay.
You got it. You got it.
All
My
right.
version of that, I mean, it wouldn't have been who I wanted to be.
Good
My
night
version
at
of, like,
2
the cool goth
p.m.
girl was from, just
Bold
the
of you
role
to
of
assume I
Beetlejuice,
sleep. Bold of
oh
you
my
to
God.
assume.
Winona
You know
Ryder.
what they say?
Okay. I mean,
Her
yeah.
goth character. She had a
Don't
goth
make
character. Now, when she played a
assumptions,
goth kid,
or
She
you'll
was
be an
great for so
asshole.
long until she went crazy. Do you remember when she got arrested? for
Right?
stealing underwear?
That's the saying, right?
almost made me like
Who's
her more.
sleeping, huh?
She was like, she wasn't doing
Right?
it because
That's
She
the
didn't-
that's
she-
the
she's
saying
like
is
a-
that
she's got
Yeah,
a little
kleptomaniac.
a little
don't make
She's a hot
assumptions
mess,
or
I
you're
love
an
it.
asshole.
All right. Well, wonder how long this is gonna last. I mean, I'm not gonna be
I'm
upset
not dating
though.
her. I can enjoy a hot mess from a distance.
Oh, I mean, I love a good mess from a distance.
Mhm.
Oh, I love other people's shit.
And I want her to,
Whether thou art a ghost that hath
Who's sleeping, huh? Zoned out. No. It's Floofy has to go to bed. And also Anton 47 Tony has to go to bed. So 2 people have to go to bed. I probably need to go to bed in a minute, but I really wanted to get this sketch done. Really wanted to get this line art done, so that all I have to do tomorrow is just shade and color. Won't be too bad.
Welcome to Scared to Death.
And also, it's getting late for everybody, it seems. So if you guys need to go to bed, go to bed. Don't let me hold you up. Get some rest. Hey, Yami Wilson. I will need to get a little more sleep here soon. Have a very big D&D session today, and I'm nervous. I believe in you, Ayame. Don't make an asshole of your assumptions. If it's late sleeps, everyone. It's not late here, but I will nap soon as not well. Yeah, she's taking a nice good old sick day. She's taking a nice old good old sick day. She's gonna be okay.
Episode where we will promote the first annual Scared to Death live haunted Halloween True Tales of Hallows Eve horror. It's this Thursday. Live show, Moment House digital experience, happening October 28th, 6 p.m. Pacific time. You can watch it over and over until November 1st. Watch it on Halloween. And then it fades into another Halloween legend.
And then it's gone.
Tickets to Scared to Death Live Haunted Halloween, True Tales of Hallows Eve Horror, and all the limited edition merch that goes away when the show does, available now at badmagicmerch.com if you're listening to this before November 1st, which we hope
we are.
Perfect.
But if you're not, we still love you.
We still love you.
We are, actually.
Okay.
Last reminder,
Oh my god, go to sleep.
October Bad Magic
Oh my
charity of
god.
the month is RAIN, the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, America's largest
It's not that,
anti-sexual
it's basically
violence
7 a.m.
organization.
here.
That'd be weird if I just stopped it.
Yeah, rest
America's
up. Hope
largest
you feel better
anti-sexual organization.
soon. McChungus mood. Oh my god.
All of it. It's all
Oh my
yours.
god, to sleep. If I wasn't 1,000 miles away, it would make for one heck of a campaign.
In addition
Isn't
to
it though?
Space Lizard patrons over on TimeSuck, you can go to RAIN.
I will eventually.
.org to learn more.
Yes.
My first Halloween
Yes.
story is, it's not necessarily
Yes.
about Halloween
Sleeps.
or horror. It's
But
just, I'm just
also,
gonna talk for
don't
about
let us
50 minutes
force
about
you to
Winona
do
Ryder.
anything you
Oh
don't
my
want
God,
to.
Stop.
Just know that
You
I
have to
understand
listen to
that
the
everybody
episode before for this
has
to make sense.
different
Brianna's
sleep
just being- I
schedules
just-
and different
You know, I wanna
wants
talk
and
about Winona
needs.
Ryder or
I'm not going to
her
force
underwear,
people
mine
into
wearing.
it.
No one wants to hear about your
If you need
underwear.
rest, get some rest. I will probably get some rest in just a bit. I just really wanted to get this done, and then I'll do it.
Okay.
But thank you, Azzy, for trying to, for being there for us. And thank you so much. I do appreciate it. New people, always fun. And thank you, everybody, who stayed in just to hang out with me. I really do appreciate it. You may think that, you know, oh, of course he does. Well, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how much a friendly face and a confident attitude can change anyone's disposition.
The haunted Refugio del Salto Hotel that overlooks the falls.
Okay.
Really like these again.
You better sleep
ready to
soon.
head to Chicago. There's
Yeah,
plenty
hey,
set up
Yami, you
on
better
this one
sleep
to
soon.
come.
Actually, I want to.
But I'm not going to tell you what to do.
Do you remember like 2 or 3 episodes ago? I was like, you know
know
did
what?
this episode on TimeSuck.
Hey,
and
Yami,
it
do
was
whatever
like,
you want.
about this haunted
Yes.
house,
I believe
and
you.
then
I know what you're talking
da-da-da,
about. I
and
said
then
it was
it was American
Amityville.
Horror Story.
I've tried to tell
No, that's
people
not it.
to go to
It was
bed.
Roanoke. And the reason I'm suddenly remembering
And,
that is because
they
we
don't
had a
listen to me.
stupid thing of like on TimeSuck.
So, I'll just be like, okay, alright, cool. It's cool to hang out with you.
Oh yes.
Glass.
The Roanoke recluse spider that would
Yeah.
pull open your eyelids and crawl into your eyeball with its spider
It
friends.
is very
And eat
cool to
right
hang out
and
with you.
lay eggs in there.
People believed it. Yeah. But anyways, it was Roanoke, and that was a great. I think we really liked that season of American Horror Story.
Yeah.
I feel like we did.
That
I feel
was a
like
good one.
Angela Bassett was particularly good that season.
That was a very good one.
Okay, there. Now I feel better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Want to
I'm ready
hang
for
out
that.
with an amazing
My
boy
life
like you.
sports,
Yep. I honestly
talk
am
about
so
Steven Universe
nervous
really
of my
quick, or are
D&D
you gonna save
session.
that for later? 7
We are
minutes?
in the middle of a battle, and I play a huge heckin' part now because of something I did. Whoops.
Okay.
You tried your best,
head to
go.
Chicago.
I'm gonna
Full
hit the
House is
sleeps.
a beautiful brick Italianate
It's
mansion
okay,
located on
Willows,
the
go
west side of Chicago.
bed. I hope you have an amazing stream, and animatronic looks amazing. Amazing. Go get some rest.
When it was built, the west side of
Willow,
Chicago was a highly
go get some
fashionable place,
rest.
home to many of the city's
Get
wealthiest
some
people.
rest.
Then
I'm
the
about to
Great
get some
Fire of
rest.
1871
Once I get these lines
Over
done,
3 square
I'm
miles
gonna
of the
go.
city,
I'm
over
gonna grab me some
17,000
fucking
structures
waffles.
completely
I'm gonna go to
destroyed,
bed.
burnt to nothing. Over 300 died. Over 100,000
I'm gonna go to
left
bed,
homeless.
and then I'm
The
gonna wake
fire made
up,
all of the city's
and I'm gonna
wealthy
be
residents
mad
left the area,
tomorrow,
leaving the
because I'm gonna be
neighborhood
like,
around the
oh
whole
man,
house
I
falling
stayed
into
up too
disrepair and
late.
become home for the
Why
poorest
did
of the
I
poor
stay
in
up so
Chicago.
late? And then I'll be
Immigrants,
like, oh
sex
yeah,
workers,
I hung out
other
with my
people struck
friends.
into life now
That's
settle
right.
in the ashes of what was once wonderful. Whole house was lucky to have not burned in the fire.
I'll
It
be
sits only a
like,
half
oh
mile
man, I
northwest of
can't
where the fire
believe it.
began. Luckily for
All
Charles
those
Hole,
wonderful
the wind
people
blew the
that I
fire
got to
northeast,
saw.
and the flames
Just
never
can't
touched
believe
Whole
it.
House. And then
It
because
messed
was
up
built
my
so
sleep
solidly,
schedule,
the house would also
my
later be
precious
saved in
sleep
the wrecking
schedule.
vault, unlike many of its neighbors, and is now one of the most historical, noteworthy structures in the city.
It do look amazing. Thank you,
Charles himself
Ayami.
left not too many
Thank you,
years after the
Willow.
fire,
Thank
and
you
Jane
guys
Addams, along with
so
Ellen Bates
much.
Starr,
You
rented
guys
the
inspire
property
me
and
to keep
founded one of
going
America's first so-called
every
settlement
day.
houses in the
You
fall of 1889.
guys,
In the
you
19th
know,
century,
you don't
again,
know how
a
much
women's
you
movement had
mean
begun
to
in America
someone,
and elsewhere to promote
and you mean a
education and
whole hell of a
autonomy for
lot
women
to me,
to help
guys.
them break into traditionally male-dominated occupations.
Just being here,
Organizations
just
led by women
existing,
reform for social reform,
just being
including settlement houses
an
such as Hull House,
incredible
situated
people.
in working class and poor neighborhoods.
You don't know
Hull
how
House
much
took in many of the
that
city's
helps me out.
especially newly
How much
arrived
that
immigrants,
makes me
and
feel
offered them education,
20 times
work
better.
projects, kindergarten, childcare, and
You know
more,
what?
as well as
100
offering
times
a place
better.
to stay to the most disadvantaged in society between
3,000
1889 and 1850.
times better.
Started off primarily as a shelter for women, tending to them with midwives, sheltering them from abusive husbands. Later on, the house began work on some very important issues in the U.S., including child labor,
And
suffrage,
done.
healthcare reform.
And
So
done.
influential was her work
There we
that
go.
Jane Addams was actually awarded the Nobel Peace Prize
Bada bing,
in
bada
1919
boom.
after founding the
Blam,
Women's
blam.
International
Oh,
League for
hot
Peace and Freedom.
damn.
Jane was a
All right,
highly
who are we going to raid?
educated,
All right,
influential
everybody.
social reformer and philanthropist,
Going to
and
another
also
raid. Hold
someone
on
who
to your
believed very
butts.
strongly in the spirit world.
Let's just say the party
Shortly after
doesn't
moving in,
know
Jane came to believe
why
that
I
her
came
bedroom, along with a few
from
other
where I
places in
did.
Hull
In
House,
fact,
housed
I'm not
some
only
ghosts.
dating
She
the
adamantly
ruler
believed
of
that
the
the ghost
land,
in
but
her
also
bedroom was
bringing
the spirit of
military
Charles
with me.
Hull's late wife.
Oopsie.
She once claimed to see her, the
You
apparition of
mean
lady
a
in
lot
white on the
to
stairs.
us too,
While Jane
Goat.
believed her to be a friendly
It
ghost,
only matches the
spirit also spooked her
encouragement
enough
you
that
have
she
given
soon
to
took a
us
different
all.
room in the house,
Oh, Red
offering
Tub,
her old room to
yes!
some of the house's
Yes.
guests.
Yes,
Numerous
let's.
guests who stayed in
Who
that
are we
room
going to
will
raid?
also report
Give me
seeing
some
the same spirit
suggestion,
that they
guys.
encountered there and on the stairs. Over the
Give me
years,
a
so many
suggestion
residents and
now.
guests reported
Come on
paranormal
now.
activity at Hull House.
Come on now.
And
Let's
the house is believed to be one
hit
of
me
the
with the
most
good
haunted
stuff.
buildings in the city.
We got
There's one
Burnsy.
paranormal story
Burnsy
that
and
rises far above the
D20 are
rest
on.
when it comes to the legends that put Hull House on the spectral map.
Go, you are so
Time now
important
for the
and you
tale
mean a lot to
born
us,
on
and we
Halloween.
appreciate you a ton.
This story allegedly
It has been
formed the
nice to
basis for the
come here
1967 novel
when I'm
and the
awake, that's
1968
for
movie of the
sure.
same
Do you
name,
like a
Rosemary's
calm
Baby.
pixel artist?
The movie, directed by Roman Polanski,
Throw them
starring
at me.
Mia Farrow, follows
Come
a
on.
young woman whose husband
Throw them at me.
conspires with the
What's their
satanic
name?
coven of
Come
witches,
on.
living in their new apartment
Throw them
to
at me.
impregnate his wife with a child of Satan
Come
himself.
on now.
The story of Rosemary's Baby is extremely embellished and lends ideas from other stories. And
A
from the
calm
author's own
pixel
mind
artist?
as well.
Throw them at me.
It could have pulled
Let's
directly only from
let's
the
do
Hull House
this.
story. The alleged events of Halloween night in Chicago are pretty intense,
Enigmatism.
extreme, and terrifying all on their own. The story goes that on Halloween night, 1913,
Well,
as a
Left
terrible
Turn
storm
Art
raged across
is
the
streaming
city,
right now.
young
She's a
distraught
sweetheart,
woman
but
went into
stream
labor with her
whoever
first
you
child.
want.
She was a devout
They have the
Catholic,
whole
and shortly
old
before,
game
after moving into
aesthetic.
her new home with a young husband,
Left Turn
she hung a
does
picture of the
watercolor
Virgin
art.
Mary on her
Ooh.
bedroom wall.
Oh, let
She was
me
in a very unhappy
look
and
at these
abusive
people.
marriage.
Hold up.
And her
Let me
husband was
look.
not the least bit
Let me
religious.
look.
He hated religion. He seemed to hate God himself. He
Let
became
me
infuriated
give
upon
me a
seeing the picture
second.
of Mary, tore it from the wall, ripping it to pieces, and declaring, "I would rather have the devil in this house than this." The young woman conceived shortly thereafter on Halloween night. When she went into labor, she was alone save for her doctor and one midwife. And when her baby arrived in the world, her midwife screamed in horror. The baby was unlike anything she'd ever
Okay.
seen.
All right.
Here, the story seems to get embellished
Alright.
quite a bit in some
Alright.
tales, or depending on what you
All
believe.
right.
who
Not
knows?
bad. Not
Maybe
bad.
Maybe
Now
this is
let's
somehow
look
what
at the
happened.
other one.
Some
Left
tellings
Turn
say that
Art.
The baby was born with actual horns, little dark
Left
horns coming out of the top of his human
Turn
skull. And these stories also say
Art.
he had a tail, a long, winding red red-tailed, coming from the bottom of the spine. Pointed ears, sharp teeth, scaly skin. There's all kinds of monstrous descriptions assigned to the newborn
Well,
beast in various
Left Turn
legends.
Art is not
Others
streaming
tell us
right
that
now.
had
Wait,
no monstrous features
are they?
at all, but
No,
instead
they're not.
projected a powerful feeling of
Left Turn
dread and
Art is
doom,
not streaming
a feeling
right
of
now.
evil.
So I
Its eyes
guess
were wicked and its mouth
by a
always seemed to be
process of
sneering.
elimination,
In some versions, the doctor found the baby so monstrous he
she
actually wanted to
finished
take the child down.
it.
He was overcome with an instinctive
It's
urge to kill the
okay.
baby.
It's all right. That's
In other
all
tellings,
right.
The doctor, midwife,
That's
and mother were
okay.
terrified of what the father would do. They
Enigmatism
wanted to
it
protect the
is.
baby,
All
and
right.
they recommended the mother and child flee to
And
Whole House, where they would be
raid
safely
we
hidden and
go.
cared for. They knew that Jane Addams was a kind, generous, and protective soul, and that if anyone would be able to provide shelter for this strange baby, it would be her. Jane greeted the midwives, mother and child. at the
All
door of
right,
Whole House.
guys.
Late on that
Thank you
Halloween
guys.
night,
You have
after
been
seeing the baby, she was astounded and afraid,
incredible,
but she did not turn them away.
amazing, and stupendous.
Midwife
Thank you
left,
for
and
the
Jane
raids.
then
Thank
rushed
you
the
for
mother and
being
child through the house, not
amazing.
wanting to alert any of the other women or children
Let's
staying there,
just
not
say
wanting to
a
draw
hello.
attention to the little monster. She took them up to a
Call
room
me
in the
old
attic.
fashioned,
The dusty
but
room had
dragons
only
don't
been used
scare
for
me.
storage
Hey,
since Jane had taken over
agreed.
the house.
Dragons
A
don't
bed
scare
was
me
now brought
either.
up along with the bucket
But
for the mother to answer any
you
eventual
guys are
calls,
awesome.
and it was decided
You
that they
guys
would
are
stay there
stupendous.
until they could come up with a
Never
better
forget
alternative.
that.
Food was brought up to the mother
I
regularly
genuinely
while she
mean
stayed
this.
in the dark and dusty room, nursing a very
You
needy
are
baby that struck
wonderful,
fear into the heart of
beautiful,
all
and
who saw it.
amazing people.
Soon a few months had passed
And
by,
you guys
no
make
better
my day
arrangement had been
brighter
found.
every
The young
moment
mother
you're
was
in
at
it.
wit's end. Kept
Thank
inside
you
one room
guys
for months with no
so
sunlight,
much for
very little
coming
company,
in.
a fussy monstrous child who
Now
scared
just
her
give
like
them
anyone else.
a
She
good
was losing her mind.
wave. Give them
Sometimes
a
the baby became
hello.
unnaturally advanced. That in only a few months it could talk, and when it spoke, it only hurled blasphemous insults. And
Just
profanity. It was cruel. It bit its mother's breast during feeding.
just
Threw
try to
bottles
be
and other objects around
the
room.
best
It
you
reacted
can be.
aggressively and angrily to any religious
And I
talk or
hope to
religious
see you
items.
guys next
And one
time.
dark night, on the following Halloween night, according to some telling of the legend, the young
Bye
mother finally could not take it
bye.
anymore. She'd been stuck in the attic for an entire year with a child she had grown to believe was the actual spawn of Satan. She'd reached a breaking point, and after supposedly more taunting and abuse from her tiny devil spawn, she slowly slipped her hands around the baby's neck. Through tears, she squeezed and stroked.
Bam. And bam. And bam. Huh. Oh. Super cool. Let me go to